Chapter 13:18. The news of the heavenly demons' appearance quickly spread throughout the Central Plains. Most of the cultivators who entered the land of sealed demons had already fallen. Only a small number of cultivators were lucky enough to escape from the land of sealed demons. Shortly after, the heavenly demons in the land of sealed demons stepped out of the land of sealed demons. When the demon race living underground heard the news of the heavenly demons appearing, a large number of them came out to join the heavenly demons. In addition to the demon race, there were many evil demon forces and even many so-called righteous sects that joined the heavenly demons. These organizations that joined the heavenly demons formed an army that was called the Demon Slave Army. It meant that the heavenly demon slave army had launched a large-scale war. Ancient cities and powers in the Central Plains had been destroyed. Rivers of blood flowed throughout the central continent. By the time Lin Feng arrived at Qilin Mountain, the large organizations that had surrounded the Fire Qilin had already retreated. Now that the central continent was in chaos, how could the experts still care about the Fire Qilin? They had all returned to their sects or clans to attend emergency meetings. When he saw that the Fire Qilin was fine, Lin Feng finally relaxed. He took out the Origin Dao fruit and had the Fire Qilin eat it. The Fire Qilin was shocked when it saw the fruit. It hadn't expected Lin Feng to actually find it. The Fire Qilin didn't dare waste any time. After eating the Origin Dao fruit, it quickly recovered from its injuries. In the end, the Fire Qilin's core was completely healed. What's going on outside? Why have all the cultivators from the large organizations retreated? The Fire Qilin asked suspiciously. Lin Feng replied, "The magic lotus has appeared in the land of sealed demons. The powerful heavenly demons that were once suppressed by the gods have broken free of their suppression. They've gathered countless experts and formed an army. They're wreaking havoc in the central continent, and many organizations have been destroyed." Heavenly demons. The Fire Qilin's voice trembled. Heavenly demons were too terrifying. Every time they invaded, they would cause great chaos. Rivers of blood would flow, and corpses would be strewn everywhere. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he said, "The situation is extremely tense. I need to return to the Spirit Formation Master Temple." The Fire Qilin nodded. "I also need to go to the gathering places of the demonic beasts." Lin Feng parted ways with the Fire Qilin. When he returned to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, he heard a lot of news. The Demon Slave Legion was invincible. Many forces had been destroyed, and even some immemorial forces had been annihilated. The Demon Slave Legion was burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Those forces that had sided with the heavenly demons wanted nothing more than to make a fortune from the war. They could destroy one force after another in a large-scale battle and plunder all the wealth that those forces had accumulated over countless years. This was the cruel world of cultivators. Therefore, when the heavenly demon was born, so many forces would submit to the heavenly demons. Were they really loyal to the heavenly demons? Of course not. They just wanted to rely on a big tree and then plunder countless riches to satisfy their greed. Of course, it wasn't easy to annihilate an ancient force. However, if those godly realm heavenly demons were to take action, annihilating an ancient force wouldn't be a difficult task. 2. It was a pity. When Lin Feng returned to the Spirit Formation Master Temple, the Spirit Formation Master Temple was attacked by the Demon Slave Army. In the end, the 4 ancestors came out of seclusion and defeated the Demon Slave Army. However, the Spirit Formation Master Temple suffered heavy losses. One day, someone from the Spirit Formation Master Temple came to deliver a letter. The Spirit Formation Master Temple summoned all the major forces of the Central Plains for an emergency meeting. Lin Feng followed the two ancestors to the Spirit Formation Master Temple. Many top forces of the Central Plains had arrived. They gathered to discuss how to deal with the Demon Slave Army. Morongshin said, "The Demon Slave Army, they are all deities. They have the magic lotus and the 9 demons painting. They are very powerful. We must take out a few imperial weapons. We can use the Jiang family's god-beating whip. We can use the Spirit Formation tablet. We can use the Great Zhou Empire's Yellow Lion Axe. The Jiang family, the Spirit Formation Master Temple, and the Great Zhou Empire decided to use their imperial weapons. Countless top forces of the Central Plains gathered on the famous Demon Burial Plain. They were about to fight against the Demon Slave Army, led by the Demon Slave Army. On the Demon Slave Army's side, the Magic Lotus was floating in the sky. On top of the Magic Lotus, there were more than 10 demon slaves. The Demon Slave Army's leader was Gong Ziyu. On the Central Plains side, there was a mysterious old man. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the mysterious old man was called Jiang Huan. He was the ancestor of the Jiang family. He was also one of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng was shocked. The Jiang family actually had such a strong cultivator. It was too terrifying. It was no wonder that the Jiang family's position in the Tianwu continent was so extraordinary. An old cultivator said, "The Tianwu continent still has a few protectors, but these protectors will never be able to leave the Tianwu continent." "Why is that?" Lin Feng asked. "They are protecting the immemorial divine pact. They will obtain an unimaginably long lifespan, but they will remain in the Tianwu continent for the rest of their lives until they are killed or die of old age," the old cultivator said. In the distance, a strong cultivator arrived. It was an old farmer. There was also a destitute old cultivator. "It's him, Zhang Jiushi." Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng didn't know the destitute old farmer, but he knew Zhang Jiushi. However, he recognized Zhang Jiushi. Back then, Zhang Jiushi had appeared outside the Godfall Cliff. It was rumored that he had buried time and was sleeping in the depths of eternity. He would only come out once every 10,000 years. Only now did Lin Feng know that Zhang Jiushi was one of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. "Jiang Huan, Zhang Jiushi, Yan Chang," muttered the old cultivator. He had obviously heard of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. The higher-ups of the top powers all bowed to the 3 protectors. The protectors of the Tianwu continent would only appear when the Tianwu continent was in great danger. Obviously, the appearance of the Celestial Devil Emperor's son, Gong Ziyu, and more than 10 celestial devils was enough to threaten the Tianwu continent. The chaos of the Middle Ages had been caused by the celestial devils. At that time, rivers of blood had flowed. It was as if the events of the past had just happened yesterday. This was the first time Lin Feng knew about the protectors. Before this, he hadn't known about them. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who didn't know about them. Many ancient powers didn't even know about them. Only the top powers knew about them. "The 3 of you are protecting the immemorial divine pact. The matters of the Tianwu continent have nothing to do with you. Gongzi, you looked indifferent. The old farmer looked indifferent. We were born and raised here. Naturally, we have to protect the Tianwu continent. Take your people and leave quickly." "Ha ha ha." Gongzi Yu suddenly burst into laughter. He coldly looked at the 3 protectors and said, "According to my father, the Tianwu continent was originally the center of the 9 provinces' great world, and the 9 provinces' great world was the starting point of the myriad worlds. The Tianwu continent hides the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. I'd like to know what the secret of the Tianwu continent is. Many people's expressions changed when they heard Gongzi use words. Even Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't thought that the Tianwu continent would have such a unique position in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1319. The word starting point was very special. The reason why the 9 provinces world was the starting point of the myriad realms was that in the beginning, the myriad realms were in chaos, and the innate divine spirits, such as Pangu and Niwa, were born on a single planet. That planet was the 9 provinces' great world. Later, Panga split the heavens and earth apart, giving birth to all living things. The 9 provinces' great world gradually split up and floated to different parts of the universe, forming new planets. As time passed, the planets evolved into star regions. In the end, they formed a boundless universe. The 9 provinces' great world was the origin of life. That was why it was called the starting point of the universe. As the center of the 9 provinces' great world, it was normal for the Martial Sky continent to have some shocking secrets. However, no one knew what those secrets were. Perhaps it was related to the immemorial divine pact, but it wasn't something ordinary people could know. The Martial Heaven continent's secrets aren't something you can touch upon. It's also not something you can learn. Gongzi Yu's expression was indifferent. If I want to know, I'll definitely know. Such a huge secret must be in my hands. What are you waiting for? Attack. Kill. Instantly, a deafening battle cry resounded. The demon slave army charged over from afar. Kill. The cultivator army also roared and charged at the demon slave army. Originally, there might have been conflicts between many factions, but now, facing the threat of the celestial demons, they could temporarily put aside their grudges. If they couldn't stop the celestial demons, their sects would definitely be destroyed. Uffed. Instantly, the army became embroiled in a chaotic battle. The sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out one after another as cultivators were killed. Like wheat being cut down, the cultivators fell to the ground in droves. Imperial weapons. Jiang Huan shouted in a deep voice. Boom, 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 boom. 3 terrifying auras filled the air. The Jiang family's god striking whip. The Martial Spirit Hall's Martial Spirit Tablet. The Great Zhou Empire's Huang Ni axe. These 3 supreme treasures were all summoned. Jiang Huan wielded the god-striking whip. Zhang Jiushi wielded the Martial Spirit Tablet, and the old farmer wielded the Huang Ni axe. They charged at Gongzi Yu and the others. He actually brought out 3 emperor weapons. You should have won, but the Celestial Devil Clan's holy item, the Magic Lotus, is here. Even if you take out 10 great imperial weapons, it's useless. Gongzi Yu was obviously very confident in the Magic Lotus. Boom. The Magic Lotus emitted a terrifying aura and rushed towards the 3 guardians. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided. The void collapsed, heaven and earth shattered, and the earth sank. The collision between the Magic Lotus and the monarch weapon was too terrifying. At the same time, the battle below was getting more and more intense. Although the battle hadn't been going on for a long time, millions of corpses had already been laid on the ground. Blood flowed like rivers. It was truly too tragic. Die, brat! A rebirth realm expert shouted coldly as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Shui Fa. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this person. It was Shui Fa of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. This person was also present when Lin Feng and Shui Zongxian fought to the death. Shui Zongxian had been killed by Lin Feng, and this person had wanted to kill him back then. Fortunately, demon Monarch Lan Ling had blocked him. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet Shui Fa here. Moreover, Shui Fa had taken the initiative to attack him. Bang! Lin Feng reacted quickly and sent a palm strike towards Shui Luanfa. The two of them collided fiercely. Lin Feng had acted hastily, so he was sent flying dozens of meters away by Shui Luanfa. "Brat, you won't be able to escape today." Shui Luanfa's face was filled with killing intent as he rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "Shui Luanfa, your heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has sided with the heavenly demons." "That's right. We can only strengthen ourselves by following the heavenly demons. In just a few months, our heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has obtained 3 times more wealth than we have accumulated over countless years. With the support of the heavenly demons, we will soon become the supreme overlord of the Tianwu continent." Shui Luanfa laughed complacently. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, and his voice was filled with cold, killing intent. "The heavenly demons invaded the Tianwu continent and killed the innocent. Blood flowed like rivers. This is our homeland. Every inch of land is filled with blood. How can we allow the heavenly demons to invade our homeland? It's fine if you don't defend against the heavenly demons, but you actually helped them kill the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Don't you feel guilty?" Shui Luanfa sneered. "So what if I feel guilty? The most important thing is that I can obtain tangible benefits. You're heartless. Today I'll kill you." Lin Feng shouted angrily and attacked Shui Luanfa. "Junior, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. Die." Shui Luanfa laughed sinisterly and stepped forward. He used the godly fist of destruction to attack Lin Feng. "Humph." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing Shui Luanfa's attack, Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Devil Sovereign. It turned into a dazzling swordlight that slashed towards Shui Luanfa. Bang! When the two sides collided, Lin Feng's Emperor technique revealed its terrifying power. Shui Luanfa was forced to retreat. "How did you become so strong?" Shui Luanfa looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Go ask the King of Hell." Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued attacking Shui Luanfa. "Brat, it's too early to be proud. I'm at the 6th rebirth layer. Do you think I can't kill you?" Shui Luanfa sneered. Suddenly, black fog gushed out of his body. An illusory figure of a demon god appeared behind him. Demon god, demon rending, slash. As soon as Shui Luanfa finished speaking, the phantom of a demon god appeared and collided with Lin Feng. Shui Luanfa's divine ability was extremely powerful. It was able to suppress Lin Feng's 9 slashes of the Devil Sovereign. Archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Holy force. Lin Feng was multitasking. After using the holy force, Lin Feng's battle prowess increased greatly. He instantly destroyed the phantom of a demon god and arrived in front of Shui Luanfa. He threw a punch at Shui Luanfa. Shui Luanfa was stupefied. He could sense how terrifying Lin Feng's attack was. His facial expression suddenly changed. He turned around and retreated. "It's too late to dodge." "Shui Luanfa, die!" shouted Lin Feng coldly. He threw a punch at Shui Luanfa. Bang! Half of Shui Luanfa's body exploded from Lin Feng's attack. He was almost fatally injured. "Brat, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Shui Luanfa looked miserable. He hadn't thought that he would die at Lin Feng's hands. Knowing that he couldn't escape death, Shui Luanfa went crazy and his body exploded. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hastily retreated, but he was still blown away by the shock wave. Lin Feng couldn't help but cough up blood. His face was extremely pale. If he hadn't retreated in time, Shui Luanfa's explosion would have killed him. Swish! Suddenly, at the moment when Lin Feng was blown away by Shui Luanfa's explosion. A cultivator wearing black clothes appeared behind Lin Feng. His face was covered by a veil, and he was wearing black clothes. The black-clothed cultivator was holding a cold sword. His right hand shook slightly, and the cold sword slashed at Lin Feng's neck. The black-clothed cultivator wanted to cut off Lin Feng's head. Chapter 1320. The person who attacked was extremely extraordinary. He grasped the timing of the attack perfectly. This was the moment when Lin Feng was at his weakest. It was also the best time to kill Lin Feng. Feeling the cold chill coming from behind, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Someone was actually sneak attacking him, and he was unable to detect the other party's existence. The other party's concealment method was really terrifying. The black-clothed person's eyes revealed a trace of pride. Obviously, he thought that Lin Feng would definitely die under his attack. Heaven patching technique. But at this time, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. His body instantly moved half a meter forward, dodging the black-clothed cultivator's attack. How is this possible? The black-clothed cultivator's face was full of disbelief. So it's the 9 Netherworld assassin. You're really haunting me. Die for me. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. His eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. The 9 Netherworld assassin had tried to assassinate him more than once, but they were still haunting him. This made Lin Feng very angry. He quickly rushed forward and swept a fist towards the 9 Netherworld assassin who tried to sneak attack him. The 9 Netherworld assassin felt the power of Lin Feng's fist and couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. Lin Feng's powerful fist smashed into the 9 Netherworld assassin's chest. Kacha! Kacha! The 9 Netherworld assassin's chest instantly caved in. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood he vomited was mixed with broken internal organs. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time that Lin Feng killed the 9 Netherworld assassin with a punch, another 9 Netherworld assassin holding a cold sword appeared above, behind, to the left, and to the right of him. These 4 assassins attacked Lin Feng at the same time. It was completely a move of fighting with one's life. It was as if these people didn't care about their lives at all. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Obviously, these 4 9 Netherworld assassins were sure that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to block their attacks at the same time. Humph! Lin Feng sneered. When the 4 9 Nether assassins were about 1 meter away from him, Lin Feng successfully activated his confinement magnetic field. A powerful imprisoning force instantly enveloped the 4 9 Nether assassins. Not good. When the 4 9 Nether assassins realized that their bodies had been restrained and they couldn't move, their expressions changed abruptly. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand for consecutive strikes, for streams of sword chi slashed out. Puff, 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 puff. Tearing sounds rang out as the 4 9 Underworld's assassins were directly killed by Lin Feng. Then, the corpse fell to the ground. In another direction, more than a dozen 9 Nether assassins looked over. Why is there another group of 9 Underworld's assassins? One of the assassins frowned. It's very likely that someone assigned another mission to assassinate Lin Feng, so the Hall of Assassins sent new assassins. Who would have thought that they would all die in his hands? This Lin Feng is too strong. We're not his match. Now we'll split up. Ning Hans Huang, you find a chance to get close to him. No matter what price you have to pay, as long as you can kill him, you'll have made a great contribution. As for me, I'll return to the Assassin Dynasty's headquarters and report the latest news about Lin Feng to the higher-ups. The The leader of the 9 Nether Assassins said. Yes, Ning Hanshuang replied. Then the 9 Nether Assassins quickly left. Now that the heavenly devil has appeared, Lin Feng, I know that you'll definitely return to the waste region. I'll be there waiting for you. Ning Hanshuang looked deeply at Lin Feng and didn't stay any longer. He hurriedly left this place. After killing the 5 assassins, Lin Feng was attacked by a group of subterranean devils. He fought with a group of subterranean devils, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng's feet were covered in corpses, and his body was covered in wounds. This battle caused heavy casualties to the Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Slave Army. There were countless casualties. The 3 protectors wielding imperial weapons fought against Gong Ziyu and more than 10 heavenly devils. Gong Ziyu and the others borrowed the power of the magic lotus and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The corpses in the center of the battle were piled up like mountains. Gong Ziyu led the Demon Slave Army to retreat. The Cultivator Alliance didn't chase after them because the casualties were too heavy. The heavenly devils, led by Gong Ziyu, occupied a large number of cities. They were temporarily recuperating, but it was obvious that they were still accumulating strength. Many large factions in the central prefecture also needed to recuperate. At the same time, they contacted the top factions in other prefectures. Only by joining forces would they be able to annihilate the heavenly devils. Looking at the sea of corpses in front of him, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sadness and uncontrollable anger. Too many people had died, and these dead cultivators were all killed by the Demon Slave Army. Gong Ziyu and the others were stopped by the 3 protectors wielding imperial weapons. They didn't even have the chance to kill the Cultivator Alliance. These people who surrendered to the heavenly devils deserved to be killed. Many people roared angrily, and their hearts were filled with grievances. If no one surrendered to the heavenly devils, a mere dozen heavenly devils wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble, no matter how strong they were. However, the world of cultivators never lacked people who only cared about profit. As long as there were benefits to be gained, they could even betray 18 generations of their ancestors. Lin Feng sighed. This was the first time he saw so many dead cultivators, and he felt extremely depressed. Where was the home when the country fell? This sentence was actually very suitable for the current situation. If the Tianwu continent really fell at that time, his family, friends, lovers, they would all die tragically in this calamity. Although Lin Feng's clansmen had been captured by that mysterious hand, Lin Feng still had many friends in the Tianwu continent and the woman he loved. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the Tianwu continent fell. Those friends and his woman, how many of them would die tragically in this calamity? Lin Feng greeted the 2 ancestors, then sat on the spatial wormhole to the 72 prefectures in the north. Lin Feng was very worried that there would be danger there. This time, Lin Feng didn't go alone. He brought Vice Leader Tan Chuduan, Vice Leader Wang Yangzi, and over 100 great elders. If something really happened, so many people would be able to deal with it. After spending half a year without stopping on the road, Lin Feng finally returned to the desolate region. After returning, he went straight to the Blue Cloud sect. The 72 prefectures in the north hadn't been affected yet, and the Blue Cloud sect was very peaceful. However, Lin Feng felt extremely uneasy. He asked Tan Chuduan to bring a group of people to the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern County to look for Dugu Wuqian. He asked Dugu Wuqian to gather all the forces in the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern County to prevent unpredictable things from happening. At the same time, after Tan Chuduan and the other experts arrived, they would be able to protect Shangguan Feier. Chapter 1321. The Blue Cloud sect was still filled with laughter because only the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect knew about the birth of the heavenly demon. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Cloud sect. Many other powers had tried their best to block the news of the heavenly demon's birth to avoid causing chaos. After Lin Feng returned, everyone held a welcome party for Lin Feng. Everyone laughed happily at the party. Everyone drank wine and sang together. Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, and Lu Mengyan hadn't been nourished in a long time. Thus, they looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of affection and temptation. At night, it was inevitable that they would be tormented. First, Shi Weizhu fainted after flying into the clouds. Later in the night, Lin Feng went to sleep with Bai Ying and Lu Mengyan. The two of them were more relaxed than Shi Weizhu. So Lin Feng also enjoyed the beauty of a dragon playing with two phoenixes. The next day, Lin Feng rushed to Heaven-Mending Peak to see Peak Master Yu Batian. The two of them sat cross-legged in front of the dilapidated hall, and tea was boiling on the stove in front of them. The faint fragrance of tea wafted out. The 72 prefectures in the north are too far away from the central continent. When the news came, it was most likely different from the real situation. What's the situation in the central continent? Yu Batian asked. Lin Feng said, this matter might be even more serious than the news that came. Yu Butian's expression became slightly serious, and he couldn't help but say, tell me the details. Lin Feng said, the Heavenly Demon clan has about a dozen heavenly demons alive. The leader is called Gong Ziyu, and he seems to be the son of a heavenly demon emperor. His bloodline is abnormally powerful, and his strength is terrifying. Of the other dozen or so heavenly demons, only one is at the quasi-god realm. The others are all at the deity realm. And the most terrifying thing is that as these heavenly demons continue to devour the flesh and soul of cultivators, their strength will gradually recover. Yu Butian nodded and said, the heavenly devils indeed love to devour the flesh and soul of cultivators. During the Middle Ages, when the heavenly devils invaded, some provinces even became uninhabited. Billions of cultivators and even ordinary people were devoured by the heavenly devils. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those Devamara were terrifying. If the Tian Wu continent fell, those Devamara would probably swallow all the living things in order to recover their strength. At that time, perhaps the Martial Heaven continent would become a living hell. All the cultivators on the continent had died tragically. It was not impossible for such a situation to occur. Instead, it was very likely to appear. In the outer realm, many planets had been invaded by the heavenly demons. Then, the living beings on the planets were devoured by the heavenly demons. The originally prosperous planets eventually turned into planets of death. There were no signs of life, and only wandering ghosts were left. Lin Feng said, Senior, I remember that a devil fetus was dug out from the bottom of the ancient barbarian mining area a few years ago. Back then, the experts of the evil demon faction even besieged the ancient barbarian mining area because of the devil fetus. How is the devil fetus now? Pei Batian replied, the 5 patriarchs have been refining it this entire time. Pei Batian frowned. Do you think something will happen to the devil fetus? What kind of devil fetus is it? Senior, have you seen it before? Asked Lin Feng. Pei Batian shook his head. I don't know. The 5 patriarchs have never allowed anyone to see the devil fetus. Furthermore, the patriarchs have been in seclusion this entire time. Aside from the 5 patriarchs, no one else knows what's happening to the devil fetus. Lin Feng said, the devil fetus makes me feel uneasy, especially at a time like this. Can you call for a meeting with the higher-ups, open up a minor world, and summon the patriarchs who are in seclusion? Then, quickly get rid of the devil fetus. It would be best if they could kill it, but if they couldn't, they should quickly get rid of this hot potato. Pei Batian said, "I'll go see the two vice sect masters tomorrow." The Blue Cloud sect master had left the sect for over 300 years and had never returned. Thus, many things were left to the two vice sect masters to manage. Lin Feng nodded. After staying with Pei Batian for a while, he left. His appearance at Heaven Mending Peak caused a huge commotion. Great Elder Qiao Yunqiu invited Lin Feng to give some pointers to the Heaven Mending Peak disciples, and Lin Feng agreed. When the Heaven Mending Peak disciples learned that Lin Feng was coming to give pointers, they were extremely excited. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know him? He was a paragon genius whose name shook the 3,000 continents, and he could even fight against rebirth realm experts. More than 3,000 Heaven Mending Peak disciples gathered in the plaza. Lin Feng was giving a lecture here. Not only were all the Heaven Mending Peak disciples present, but the disciples from the other peaks, including many inner disciples and core disciples, had also rushed over when they heard the news. Of course, other than these disciples, many deacons and elders had also come to listen to Lin Feng's lecture. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces, such as Sikong Mo, Yu Zaij, and the others. When they first joined the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard had a conflict with them. But now many years had passed. Lin Feng had already forgotten about that small conflict. As for Sikong Mo, Yu Zaij, and the others, they naturally didn't have any hatred for Lin Feng. Instead, they were filled with reverence. Now, they knew that being able to listen to Lin Feng's lecture was a huge opportunity. In less than 10 years, Lin Feng had risen like a comet, becoming the focus of attention in the Sky Martial continent. This had also deeply motivated countless disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. That was why the Blue Cloud sect had such a good cultivation atmosphere now. Lin Feng lectured for a total of 4 hours. During Lin Feng's lecture, the sound of the Tao rang out, and flowers fell from the sky. This shocked everyone, because Lin Feng's lecture actually resonated with the great Tao. The reason why this happened was because the content of Lin Feng's lecture directly pointed to the core of the great Tao's origin. Many people were enlightened after listening. Many people even completed their breakthroughs while listening to the lecture. After the lecture ended, everyone still wanted to continue. Vice Sect Master Zhu Yudi personally came, wanting to invite Lin Feng to give another lecture. Lin Feng agreed and would give another lecture half a month later. This matter caused a huge commotion in the sect. Countless people rushed to spread the news, all looking forward to Lin Feng's next lecture. Lin Feng was very happy to see that the Blue Cloud sect had such a learning and cultivation atmosphere. In the long run, the Blue Cloud sect's strength would definitely continue to grow. The next day, Yu Batian, the two vice sect masters, many peak masters, and more than a dozen great elders discussed how to deal with the devil fetus. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect also had a headache because the devil fetus was now controlled by the 5 supreme elders. The 5 supreme elders were their elders, and there were many things that they could not disobey. Lin Feng also participated in this meeting. He said, "The devil fetus must be dealt with. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause a disaster. I know that many people here are descendants of the 5 great ancestors. It's not convenient to talk about this matter, so let me be the bad guy. Since you insist on meeting the 5 great ancestors, Lin Feng, we have no objections. However, I hope that when the time comes to discuss this matter with the 5 great ancestors, you can be more calm." Another vice sect master, Zhang Xiangshu, said, "Everyone, don't worry. I know what to do." Lin Feng nodded. Without further ado, the group of people hurriedly flew towards the small world in a flash. In the depths of the small world in a cave, the 5 great ancestors sat cross-legged in the void. In the middle of the five great ancestors, the magic lotus was suspended in midair. If Lin Feng saw the magic lotus, he would definitely be extremely shocked because the magic lotus was exactly the same as the one that had appeared in the central continent. Chapter 1322. Keek, you five old fogies still want to suppress me? You can't suppress me. A sinister voice came from the magic lotus. Inside the magic lotus was a demon fetus. The magic lotus of the heavenly demon clan was very strange. Not only could it create a world of the magic lotus, but it also had powerful offensive and defensive abilities. It could even give birth to life. In the heavenly demon clan, there were two types of heavenly demon emperors. The first type was cultivated postnatally, and the second type was called the innate monarch fetus. They were born from the magic lotus. Once a demon fetus born from the magic lotus cultivated to the demon emperor realm, its strength would be much stronger than a postnatally cultivated great emperor. Lin Feng knew that the Blue Cloud sect had a demon fetus, but he didn't know that it was born from the magic lotus. Humph, we're not suppressing you, we're refining you. You've been refined for almost 10 years, so it's time to refine you. One of the great ancestors sneered. Haha, with just the five of you? You know what's the saddest thing about you? It's greed. You want to refine me with your weak cultivation? You're overestimating yourselves. The demon fetus sneered. Don't waste your breath on it. Let's refine it today. The second great ancestor said, Okay. The other four great ancestors answered. Then the five great ancestors changed their hand seals and sent them into the magic lotus. They wanted to refine the demon fetus, but it wasn't that simple. Refining the demon fetus was not an easy task. The demon fetus roared, It's futile. You can't refine me at all. Instead, you'll be devoured by me. Boom. A terrifying aura surged out from the magic lotus, and the demonic chi began to suppress the five great ancestors. Blue Sky Seal. The five ancestors took out the Blue Cloud sect's treasure, the Blue Sky Seal, to suppress the magic lotus. This time, the magic lotus was once again suppressed. The demonic energy began to recede, and the devil fetus inside the magic lotus couldn't help but roar in anger. The eyes of the five patriarchs lit up. They saw hope in refining the devil fetus. Swish! At this moment, a figure passed through the restriction outside and entered the cave. Huangfu Qingtian, why are you here without any summons? One of the ancestors looked at Huangfu Qingtian, and his face suddenly sank. He couldn't help but shout coldly. Huangfu Qingtian bowed to the five ancestors and said, I heard that the five ancestors are refining a devil fetus, and I have a treasure that can help the five ancestors suppress the devil fetus. Therefore, I came uninvited to present this treasure to the five ancestors. I hope that the five ancestors can forgive my rudeness. When the five ancestors heard that Huangfu Qingtian had come to present a treasure, they let down their guard. One ancestor said, It's rare for you to be so filial. Come and present the treasure. Yes. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and walked to the side of the five ancestors. He flipped his right hand, and a mysterious blood-red mirror appeared. Huangfu Qingtian said, Ancestors, please take a look at this treasure. With this treasure, you can suppress the magic lotus and refine the devil fetus inside the magic lotus. The five ancestors couldn't help but look at the mirror. They all looked at the blood-red mirror in astonishment. That mirror was simply too bizarre. Suddenly, a blood-red eye appeared in the mirror. The blood-red eye blinked slightly. The five ancestors were seriously injured, and blood flowed out of their eyes. The blood-red eye was too strange, and it directly blinded them. Huangfu Qingtian, you little bastard, How dare you plot against us? The 5 ancestors roared furiously. They wanted to kill Huangfu Qingtian. However, Huangfu Qingtian had already calculated everything. He had already made his move. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 ancestors were sent flying by Huangfu Qingtian. Ugh. Next, the 5 ancestors coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Their magic energy dissipated, and they no longer had the strength to fight. Huangfu Qingtian, when you were 8 years old, I saved your life from a group of bad guys. Now you want to kill me. I hate it. Why did I save you back then? A patriarch's face was filled with grief and anger. He was the former sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Back then, a group of people from the imperial family of the Yuhua immortal dynasty went to worship their ancestors and were surrounded by enemies. It was the former sect master who saved Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I will never forget your kindness, sect master. However, I won't be able to repay you in this life. If there is a next life, I will definitely repay you. PFFF. Hearing Huangfu Qingtian's words, the old sect master was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Why? Huangfu Qingtian, why did you do this? Another patriarch asked with a pained expression. The 5 ancestors all thought highly of Huangfu Qingtian. They even saw him as their hope to revitalize the Blue Cloud sect. However, Huangfu Qingtian had disappointed them. Humans strive for greater heights, just as water flows to lower depths. The celestial demons are the most powerful race in all the worlds, so what's so surprising about me choosing to work with them? The celestial martial continent is too small. It can't accommodate me. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll follow the celestial demons and go to the starry sky. That's where I should go. Huangfu Qingtian said with an indifferent expression. I see. You've already contacted each other and reached an agreement. The 5 ancestors' faces were ashen. Without the suppression of the 5 ancestors, the magic lotus broke its seal. The demon fetus said in a gloomy voice, I've already investigated all the members of the Blue Cloud sect. There are only 3 people who are qualified to cooperate with me, Pai Butian, Lin Feng, and Huangfu Qingtian. Pai Butian is very mysterious. He seems to be hiding many secrets. I'm afraid of him, so I didn't contact him. As for Lin Feng, he seems to be the easiest to deal with, but I've observed him secretly. He has a strong will, and he doesn't plot against people behind their backs. People like him have a strong sense of justice, so I can't do anything to him. That's why I chose to work with Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian is a smart person, and he knows who to work with. Only by working with him can he become a truly powerful cultivator, not just a tiny place like the Martial Heaven continent. I hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. We don't regret our deaths, but we've dragged the Blue Cloud sect down with us. Even if we die, we won't be able to face our ancestors. Shouted the 5 ancestors. You can die now, said the demon fetus, smiling coldly. Demon lights surrounded the 5 ancestors. Bang! The 5 ancestors' bodies exploded and turned into blood mist, which was absorbed by the magic lotus. Boom! In the next moment, a destructive aura was released from the demonic lotus. What a terrifying demonic chi. Something happened in Suyu's small world. Lin Feng was rushing to Suyu's small world when he sensed the demonic chi. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 1323. Rumble. At the same time, huge ancient ships shuttled out of the void one after another. The ancient void ships all exuded a cold and terrifying aura. The flags on the ships were those of the Earth Demon clan, the godly temple of the Wildlands, the Soul Devourer Temple, and other forces. There were 40 to 50 ancient ships, which meant that there were at least 3 to 400,000 people. Not good. It's the demonic forces. Vice sect leader, you should quickly return to the sect and take charge of the situation. Lin Feng and I will enter the small world in flash to take a look, Yu Butian said in a serious tone. Vice sect leader Zhu Yudi and Zhang Xiangshu nodded. Zhu Yudi said, "Everyone, the demonic army is here. Return to your mountain peaks and activate the sect's great defensive formation." Yes, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect immediately rushed into the distance. Lin Feng and Yu Butian entered the small world in flash. Hurry up and run. In a flash, some of the cultivators who were cultivating in the small world hurriedly fled outside. However, in the sky, an endless amount of demonic fog swept over and devoured the cultivators one by one. A devilish lotus floated within the devilish mist. The demon fetus in the magic lotus spoke in a sinister voice. "Human flesh is delicious, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. I need more flesh and blood essence to increase my cultivation." The demonic fog churned as the magic lotus quickly flew outside. Lin Feng and Yu Butian saw the magic lotus rushing outside. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The magic lotus. It's the magic lotus. It's a sacred object of the celestial demons. Heavens, the demon fetus was actually born from the magic lotus. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. He knew how terrifying the magic lotus was. Suddenly, he looked at Huangfu Qingtian, who was walking towards the magic lotus. "I'm afraid the 5 ancestors are in trouble," Lin Feng said. Yu Butian nodded. He and Lin Feng stood on the left and right, blocking the path of the magic lotus and Huangfu Qingtian. "Huangfu Qingtian, you actually colluded with the heavenly demon." Lin Feng looked at Huangfu Qingtian indifferently. Originally, Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a life-and-death battle, but that was a personal grudge. However, now that Huangfu Qingtian had colluded with the extraterrestrial demons, it had escalated to the level of the survival of the race. The heavenly demon's ambition had caused the Sky Martial Continent to fall and countless creatures to die. Huangfu Qingtian had colluded with the heavenly demon and caused the deaths of 600 million cultivators in the Sky Martial Continent. Huangfu Qingtian patted his clothes and sneered. "A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't you understand this? Today I will kill you." Lin Feng's eyes shone with killing intent. "You think you can do that?" Huangfu Qingtian looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. "Do you really think you can fight against me? You think too highly of yourself. I can suppress you with a wave of my hand. Let's see if you're strong enough to do that." Lin Feng charged at Huangfu Qingtian. With a sneer on his face, Huangfu Qingtian moved his body and was about to attack. At that moment, the devil fetus said, "Huangfu Qingtian, leave these 2 to me. You go outside and help." Immediately after, an endless amount of demonic fog emerged and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stopped by the devil fetus. "Yes," Huangfu Qingtian glanced at Lin Feng in a disdainful way, and then left. "Then I'll kill you first." Lin Feng looked ice-cold and shouted, "Senior, let's join hands and kill the devil fetus. If we don't kill him today, we won't have another chance in the future." "All right." Yu Butian stepped forwards and threw a punch at the devil fetus. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw himself at the demon fetus and used the 9 great demon slashes, a great emperor's skill. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think 2 ants can kill me?" said the devil fetus arrogantly. "Great void demon claw. said the devil fetus coldly. Two huge claws condensed in the air and rushed towards Lin Feng and Yu Batian. God's battle spear. Mao Batian stepped forward, causing a battle spear to appear in his hand. It was a divine ability that could take the form of a god Legion War spear, which could pierce through 100,000 worlds. Slash! Yu Batian attacked and pierced through the claws, then attacked the devil fetus. Lin Feng was astonished. Yu Batian was too strong. Perhaps he had exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Feng had always known that Yu Batian was hiding a great secret, but he had never guessed that Yu Batian would be so strong. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng's attack collided with the Great Void Demon Claw. His hands were destroyed. Lin Feng rushed towards the devil fetus. Then, he used the Great Suppression Spell and the Great Sealing Spell to suppress the demon fetus. Yu Buqian's attack arrived first. His god's battle spear pierced through the thick devil fog and stabbed into the magic lotus. Besides, Lin Feng's great oppressive technique and great sealing technique also bombarded the atmosphere. The magic lotus blooms. One flower, one world. At that moment, the devil fetus hidden in the magic lotus attacked again. One flower after another fell from the sky. These were the world flowers. Each flower buried an entire world. The world flowers exploded one after another. Lin Feng's great suppression art and great sealing arts talismans were instantly destroyed. Yu Buqian's god's battle spear was also destroyed. The two of them were sent flying by the explosion of the world flowers. Ha 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 ha, you're too weak. Be devoured by me. The devil fetus laughed and rushed over. Endless devil fog enveloped Lin Feng and Yu Batian, wanting to devour them. 4 vicious cauldrons, come out! Lin Feng took out the 4 vicious cauldrons and drove them towards the magic lotus. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng, who was inside the 4 vicious cauldrons, suffered. When they collided with the magic lotus, Lin Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, the devil fetus was also injured by such a powerful collision. Its aura weakened a lot. Life-seizing art. At that moment, Yu Batian seized the opportunity. While Lin Feng was distracted by the collision with the magic lotus, he rushed in front of the magic lotus and grabbed the magic lotus. A terrifying and unknown power surged into the magic lotus. The devil fetus cried out in fear. Ah, how can this be? Are you trying to steal my life? I won't let you have your way. Flowers bloom and wilt, bury gods and demons. As the devil fetus voice fell, the magic lotus's outermost petals opened. A world of darkness materialized and instantly devoured Yu Batian. Ha ha ha, you're dead. The magic lotus laughed proudly. Pooh, Yu Batian tore apart the world created by the magic lotus. Then he attacked the magic lotus again. You're ruthless. Wait until I devour a large amount of flesh and blood essence. Then I'll deal with you. The devil fetus roared angrily and sent Yu Batian flying. The devil fetus was terrifying. It was too difficult to kill it. Chase! Yu Batian quickly chased after the devil fetus. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The devil fetus, on the other hand, broke through the small world of moments and rushed out. Chapter 1324. Boom, boom, boom. In the outside world, huge ancient void ships were crazily attacking the restrictions protecting the Blue Cloud sect. Kacha kacha! The Blue Cloud sect's restrictions finally couldn't withstand the impact of dozens of ancient void ships and began to shatter. Immediately after, the ancient void ships rushed over. Countless cultivators, including the Earth Demon, evil experts, devil experts, barbarian experts, and some righteous experts who had defected to the heavenly demons, they all rushed out of the ancient void ships. Kill the Blue Cloud sect. A powerful demon expert let out a sinister laugh. Kill! The densely packed cultivators rushed into the Blue Cloud sect and began a massacre. Go! Go! Break out of the encirclement! The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect roared, looking at the disciples and deacons who had died. Tragically, their hearts felt like they were being stabbed by a knife. Many people wanted to break out, but there were too many enemies. They completely sealed off the Blue Cloud sect. Many Blue Cloud sect disciples who tried to break out were massacred. Ha 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 ha! Great, let me devour. After the devil fetus rushed out, it crazily devoured the dead cultivators. With so many cultivators who had defected to the heavenly demons helping it kill the Blue Cloud sect cultivators, the devil fetus could sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Demon. Countless cultivators shouted in unison. Rise, let's start the killing feast. The devil fetus's sinister voice sounded. Yes, countless cultivators agreed, and an even more tragic battle erupted. The Blue Cloud sect's disciples were constantly killed. The Blue Cloud sect had long been covered in blood. When Lin Feng and Yu Butian rushed out, they saw the scene of blood flowing like a river. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. We have to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. Not long ago, the Blue Cloud sect's disciples, deacons, and elders were still enthusiastically discussing the contents of Lin Feng's lecture. They were all looking forward to Lin Feng's lecture in half a month. The Blue Cloud sect's cultivation atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. It seemed that the Blue Cloud sect's revival was only a matter of time. Seeing the thirst for knowledge on the disciples, deacons, and elders' faces, Lin Feng was also very happy. Those smiling faces seemed to be still in his mind, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into corpses. In the distance, Huangfu Qingtian rushed into the crowd and killed 36 Emerald Cloud sect elders in succession. Qingtian, Elder Zhang Quan's first Elder Zhang Quan roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward Huangfu Qingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. He was too powerful. He slapped out with his palm. Grand Elder Zhang Quan's body exploded, dying on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Feng was furious. When he was in the outer sect, Elder Zhang Quan took good care of him. They were both friends and teacher. But now, Elder Zhang Quan had died. Huangfu Qingtian, I'll take your dog life. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at Huangfu Qingtian. Ha ha! Good. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. He took out the firmament battle spear and pierced through the air, stabbing at Lin Feng. Clang! The two sides collided, and the air cracked. Ah! In the distance, screams came from the heaven-mending peak. Many disciples had died. Li Qixuan, Lu Zhenyu, Song Chuxia. These were the disciples who had joined the Blue Cloud sect with Lin Feng. Now, they had all died. Run! Elder Qiao Yunxiu and a dozen other elders were escorting the heaven-mending peak disciples to break out of the encirclement. They had suffered a heavy blow and were surrounded by a group of demons. Many people died, and Elder Qiao Yunxiu was killed in the air by a spear. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He forced Huangfu Qingtian to retreat and rushed over. Die! Lin Feng's roar shook the sky. He killed the demon who had killed Elder Qiao Yunxiu with a spear. Kill him! The densely packed experts sneered and attacked Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng attacked, condensing a giant palm of energy and smashing everyone into meat paste. Elder! He looked at Elder Qiao Yunxiu lying on the ground, his heart filled with grief. Escape alive! Elder Qiao Yunxiu opened his eyes and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. After saying his last words, he breathed his last. Boom! More than a dozen earth demons charged over, smashing their giant stone clubs at Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaped up and swept out with his sword, killing all the earth demons. Led everyone and break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng looked at the few elders who were still alive. He then soared into the sky and killed his way into the depths of the Blue Cloud sect. The battle there was even more tragic. Lin Feng went in and out 9 times, killing until he was almost exhausted. He rescued many people from the depths of the Blue Cloud sect. "Sir, let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Wang Yangzi said. "You guys go first and return to the Eastern Divine Province. I'm too big of a target. They won't let me go so easily. If you stay with me, you'll only die," Lin Feng said in a low voice. "If we're leaving together." Shi Weizhu, who was covered in blood, said with a pale face, "Let's go. Do you want me to say it again?" Lin Feng said coldly. Shi Weizhu's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to. In the end, they broke out of the encirclement with Wang Yangzi and the others. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and killed his way into the depths again. "Father, hurry up and leave with us." In the distance, Guo looked at Great Elder Guo Yan and begged, "Children, break out of the encirclement." Great Elder Guo Yan killed his way into the depths. Guo Xiaolei was here, breaking out of the encirclement with Qin Yao and the others. Great Elder Guo Yan went in and out 3 times, rescuing 3 groups of disciples who were trapped. But in the end, he was cut in half by an expert from the godly temple of the wildlands. His corpse fell into the forest. There was killing and death everywhere. Lin Feng saw Luo Xingtian and the others besieging Lingaray Peak. They were originally Huangfu Qingtian's subordinates, but now they had joined the heavenly demons with him. The disciples, deacons, and elders of Lingaray Peak died, tragically one by one. Lin Feng descended from the sky. When he saw Luo Xingtian and the others, he was furious. "How could you be so crazy as to kill your former fellow disciples? You all deserve to die." When they saw Lin Feng, Luo Xingtian, and the others turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran away. "Die!" Lin Feng condensed a huge energy hand and attacked Luo Xingtian and the others. "Brother Lin, please spare us," shouted Luo Xingtian and the others in fear. They looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't move at all. He attacked again. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Xingtian and the others were all killed. "Brother!" Shui Lanxian looked at Lin Feng excitedly. She was very beautiful. She was a genius disciple of Lingaray Peak. She had joined the Blue Cloud sect with Lin Feng. They had met in the Thunder Blade secret territory. Lin Feng said, "Let's break out of the encirclement." He didn't stop. He rose into the sky and went to the next battlefield. Chapter 1325. Huangfu Qingtian. "Will definitely kill you." Zhu Yudi and Zhang Xiangshu charged at Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian laughed heartily and said, "Vice sect masters, since you have treated me well for so many years, as long as you surrender now, you will be spared. Moreover, you will be given a position under Lord Skyfian's banner. What do you think? We'll live and die with the Blue Cloud sect. We'd rather die than be traitors." The 2 vice sect masters shouted angrily, "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Huangfu Qingtian sneered and charged at the 2 vice sect masters. Although the 2 vice sect masters weren't weak, they were only in the creation realm. The difference between them and Huangfu Qingtian was too great. Huangfu Qingtian grabbed their necks. Then, Wang Fu Qingtian suddenly exerted his strength and broke the necks of the two deputy lords. The two vice sect masters died. Lin Feng killed his way into the center of the battle again and again, saving many of his fellow disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. But in the end, his strength alone was too weak. Ji Batian charged left and right in the crowd, killing countless experts. His body was covered in blood, but in the end, he could only look up at the sky and sigh. Kill Ji Batian and Lin Feng. Battle cries could be heard everywhere, except for a few who managed to escape. Most of the remaining cultivators from the Blue Cloud sect had died tragically in the battle. In the later stages of the battle, the fiends, subterranean devils, and other factions that had surrendered to the celestial demons began to focus on attacking Lin Feng and Ji Batian. Kill them! Kill them! Their flesh and soul essences are great nourishment. The devil fetus floated above the 9 heavens, constantly devouring the flesh and soul essences of the dead cultivators. There were flesh and soul essences of the Blue Cloud sect disciples, as well as the flesh and soul essences of the cultivators who had surrendered to the heavenly demons. The devil fetuses' aura grew stronger and stronger. This was why the celestial demons were so terrifying. They could continuously devour flesh and soul essences to increase their cultivation. Why did the celestial demons invade time and time again? They destroyed one beautiful planet after another. This was because the celestial demons needed to devour countless living beings to increase their cultivation. They didn't want to cultivate because the increase in their cultivation base after countless years of cultivation was not even as fast as the increase in cultivation base after devouring all the living beings on a life planet. Since there was a shortcut, why did he have to take such a difficult path? Lin Feng knew that he had to break out of the encirclement. He was powerless to help the remaining people who were trapped. "Senior, let's break through," Lin Feng shouted. "You go first," Ibutian said. Boom! A great battle broke out. Densely packed experts besieged Lin Feng. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Lin Feng's body was covered with wounds, dripping with blood. But in the end, Lin Feng tore an opening and rushed into the distance. "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" The demon fetus roared furiously. Then, the devil fetus charged toward Ku Batian. Endless demonic mist drowned Yu Batian. Behind him was a dense crowd of cultivators chasing after him. Lin Feng looked at the blood-soaked Blue Cloud sect again. Endless sorrow welled up in his heart. His former sect mates, friends, and teachers who had treated him like their own were all dead. This made Lin Feng's heart ache. "Sooner or later, I will kill all of you." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly left. The destruction of the Blue Cloud sect was only the beginning of the fall of the desolate region. After the Blue Cloud sect, the Starry Pavilion, the Dharma sect, and the Deity Sword Villa were also destroyed. Lin Feng's friend, Yufan, was in the Starry Pavilion. But by the time he arrived at Nebula Pavilion, it had already been reduced to rubble. Lin Feng didn't know if Yufan and Han Shua had escaped this calamity. News of the destruction of the 4 great sects quickly spread throughout the desolate region. For a time, the entire desolate region was in a state of panic. The demon fetus was extremely evil, and he didn't stop his invasion. The demon fetus formed a demonic slave army and fought everywhere, slaughtering countless living beings. The demon fetus was constantly devouring flesh, blood, and essence, and growing stronger day by day. The entire 72 northern states were in a state of panic. Nations destroyed, homes destroyed, and thousands of miles of land barren. Lin Feng went to many places. Everywhere he went, there were scenes of nations destroyed. Sometimes, after flying for a few days, he didn't see a single living person, not to mention humans. He didn't even see wild beasts. The aura of death was everywhere. During the day, it rained blood. The desolate region had completely fallen, and millions of living beings were slaughtered. This place had become a dead region. Lin Feng left the desolate region and flew above the magnetic fog lake. He saw a small boat floating in the magnetic fog lake. Azura Ghoul, Yen. Lin Feng was shocked. A ghost ship floating in the magnetic fog lake. This was where Azura Ghoul, Yen's soul, was residing. Azura Ghoul, Yen seemed to have noticed Lin Feng, and the ghost ship suddenly sped up, rushing into the depths of the lake like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng chased after him and landed on the ghost ship. He said, "Old friend, why are you running so fast? Now that the celestial demons are looking for you, won't I be dead if I get involved with you?" Azura Ghoul, Yen said, unhappily. The cabin was pitch black, and Lin Feng didn't go in. He sat outside, and Azura Ghoul, Yen didn't come out. Lin Feng said, "You're a ghost, but you didn't side with the celestial demons? That's really shocking." Azura Ghoul, Yen said, "Damn, are you looking down on me? So what if I'm a ghost? Although I'm a ghost, I'm still a ghost from the Martial Sky continent. How could I side with the celestial demons that are invading the Martial Sky continent? Furthermore," Azura Ghoul, Yen's voice lowered, "I still have relatives alive. I don't know if they'll be able to avoid this calamity. The celestial demons are invading. Perhaps they'll also die tragically. You can go see them. Perhaps you can even protect them." Lin Feng said. Azura Ghoul, Yen sighed. He didn't say that he would go see his relatives, but he also didn't say that he wouldn't go. Lin Feng lay down on the boat. Azura Ghoul, Yen urged, "Hurry up and leave. If those people who are looking for you see you, I'll definitely die because of you. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I die 18 years later, I'll still be a hero. I'm very tired. Let me rest here. When I wake up, I'll have to fight." Lin Feng muttered and closed his eyes. Azura Ghoul, Yen remained silent. The ghost boat floated above the magnetic fog lake, drifting with the current. The desolate region had become the territory of the demon slave army. A large number of demon slaves were heading towards the ancient man mine. This was the place where the magic lotus had been dug up. Now, these demon slaves wanted to go and pay their respects to the place where the celestial demons had been born. These demon slaves viewed the ancient man mine as a holy land. "Hey, look, there's a temple on the mountain. There's the sound of someone reading." When the celestial demons passed through a forest, they heard the sound of someone reading. This was the place where Ning Xiaozai had hidden himself. Now, the demon slaves had discovered him. Chapter 1326. Ning Yin, courtesy named Shuhai, was known as Elementary Scholar Ning. When Lin Feng went to the ancient barbarian mining area, he saw Ning Yin being chased out of the house by his nephew and niece-in-law. Later on, he decided to help the poor old scholar. The old scholar wanted to end his life deep in the mountains with a green mountain, an ancient lamp, and thousands of books. The mandate of heaven is called nature. The Tao is called straightforwardness. And the Tao is called teaching, hiding evil and promoting good, holding both ends and using them for the people. Erudition, interrogation, contemplation, discernment, and practice. The sound of reading could be heard from the mountain god temple. Although he was already over 80 years old, Elementary Scholar Ning's body was still very healthy. For an ordinary person who did not cultivate 60 or 70 years old was the age where they would die of old age. Elementary Scholar Ning had lived to the age of 80, and he had been reading since he was young. He could be said to have lived a long life. Because elementary scholar Ning lived deep in the mountains, he did not have any contact with the outside world. So he was not clear about what happened in the desolate region. Now that a group of demon slaves passed by and heard elementary scholar Ning's reading, they immediately surrounded the mountain god temple. "Ha! You scholar, come out quickly!" A devil path expert shouted. Elementary scholar Ning heard the commotion and walked out of the mountain god temple. He saw the demon slave army floating in the air, but he was still calm and composed. He continued, "The world is filled with righteousness. How dare you demonic creatures wander about so brazenly in this world?" Although elementary scholar Ning was a scholar, he was not pedantic. Since elementary scholar Ning was able to write such a profound and logical book, it could be seen that elementary scholar Ning was extremely intelligent. He was also very good at thinking and had a deep understanding of human nature. Now that he saw these demon slaves, he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, his words just now were just to get information from these people. He's actually an old scholar. His bones and flesh are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. At such an old age, his flesh is sour and boring. When an Azura saw elementary scholar Ning, he could not help but twitch his mouth. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. If you want to eat, what delicacies can't you find? It's more interesting to meet an old scholar. Let's tease this old scholar." An evil expert said. Then a devil expert said, "It's said that if a scholar doesn't go out, he will know about the world." It seems that this saying is simply nonsense. The 4 great sects of the desolate region, the 72 ancient families, and the 3,765 large and small countries have all been destroyed by our master. The desolate region is now a barren land with no one living there. You, a scholar, actually don't know anything and can still calm down and study here. It really is true that a scholar is useless. Ha 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 ha! The demonic slaves immediately burst into laughter. When Ning Xiaozai heard the words of the demonic cultivator, he staggered backward, his face pale. Even though elementary scholar Ning did not have much ability, he still cared about the people of the world. Perhaps this was one of the commonalities of scholars. Do countless scholars care about the people of the world? Do you want to do something for the world? Becoming an official was a blessing to the people. Ning Xiaozai had been studying since he was a child and had such a wish. If he became an official in the future, he would be able to benefit the people. However, his official career was difficult. He failed the imperial examinations time and time again, and finally gave up on the idea of an official career. Ning Xiaozai might not know what the 4 great sects and the 72 ancient families were, but he knew countless people in the world had died tragically at the hands of the demons. How could Ning Xiaozai not be heartbroken? Look at this old scholar. Isn't he dying? Ha ha ha! Is he scared to death after hearing this news? One of the demonic cultivators laughed and said. The rest of the people burst into laughter again. "Old scholar, if you write a memorial for us and write down our achievements in ruling the desolate region and let our future generations know of our glorious deeds, we will spare your life." How about it? The leader of the demonic cultivators said. This person was the brother of the Blood Sea Emperor of the Blood Sea Demon sect, known as the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Now, many demonic cultivators had submitted to the Sky Demon sect. The Blood Sea Emperor was no exception. She had also obtained the important information of the demon fetus. As the brother of the Blood Sea Emperor, the Blood Sea Demon Lord was entrusted with an important task. Of course, this person was also capable. He was a rebirth realm cultivator and was enough to intimidate a region. The crimes you have committed are too numerous to be recorded. You are the sinners of history. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to be remembered for generations? Ning Xiaocai asked. The blood sea demon Lord sneered and said, "History is written by the victors, and we are the victors. History should be written however we want it to be written." Nonsense. History will not remember sinners like you. It will cast you aside. Ning Xiaocai said coldly. "You pedantic scholar, you're courting death. Kill him." The blood sea demon Lord said coldly. Yes. Immediately, a demonic cultivator rushed towards Ning Xiaocai, wanting to kill him. The mountain god has a spirit. At that moment, the statue of the mountain god in the temple suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, a mountain god holding a giant axe appeared and chopped the devil Dao expert to death with the axe. The mountain god temple used to worship a mountain god, but the incense had been cut off. The mountain god could not get the nourishment of the incense, and his god power was gradually dissipating. When he was about to die, Ning Xiaocai came here and studied. The mountain god followed him and gradually came back to life. Now that Ning Xiaocai was in danger, the mountain god appeared to protect him. "You're just a mountain god, a fake god in the mortal world. How dare you call yourself a god? You don't know what's good for you." The blood sea demon Lord sneered and waved his hand. Numerous demonic slaves rushed towards the mountain god. However, the mountain god was too powerful. With a huge axe in his hand, he killed as many people as he wanted. At that moment, the blood sea demon Lord realized that the mountain god in front of him was different from the other mountain gods. The blood sea demon Lord's face fell, and he jumped out to deal with the mountain god himself. He attacked with 32 palms, and the mountain god collided with the blood sea demon Lord. In the end, the mountain god was defeated and was sent flying. Then, the blood sea demon Lord attacked Ning Xiaocai, wanting to kill him. "Mister, I can't save you." Seeing that the mountain god was about to be killed, tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. Just as the blood sea demon Lord was about to kill Ning Xiaocai suddenly shouted, "I've studied for my entire life and am surrounded by righteousness. How could I be afraid of a fiend like you?" As soon as Ning Xiaocai said that, righteousness surged out of him and surged toward the blood sea demon Lord. Not good. It's righteousness. Rumor has it that only the great scholars of the Confucian religion can condense righteousness. Only by writing books and creating a new school of thought can one become a great scholar. For tens of thousands of years, no one on the Marshall Heaven continent has been able to write books and create a new school of thought. How could a poor old scholar from this remote place do it? The blood sea demon Lord screamed and turned to flee. He knew just how terrifying the great scholars of the Confucian religion were. They were the bane of fiends. However, the blood sea demon Lord couldn't escape. The righteousness descended. Bang! The blood sea demon Lord's body exploded, his soul extinguished. It's a great scholar of the Confucian religion. Run! The other fiendish slaves were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. However, the righteousness continued to spread. It instantly suppressed them. The bodies of the densely packed demonic slaves crumbled, and all of them died. Senior is truly a god. The mountain god knelt before the blood sea demon Lord. At that moment, lightning began to rumble in the sky. The righteousness on the blood sea demon Lord's forehead had condensed into the light of tribulation lightning. It was rumored that some scholars didn't cultivate and only read books to nourish their qi. When they were old, they would be able to comprehend the Daos of heaven and man. At that time, the heavenly Daos would send down tribulation lightning. Once they successfully passed the tribulation, they would become a peerless expert. Lin Feng had also heard of such rumors, but he had always treated them as stories. After all, How could someone who didn't cultivate draw down tribulation lightning? Now, the Blood Sea Demon, Lord had studied for 80 years. He really was like the ancient people in the legends. His knowledge of the Taos of heaven, and man had drawn down tribulation lightning. The Blood Sea Demon, Lord took a step forward and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. Lightning bolts struck down, but the Blood Sea Demon Lord's body was protected by righteousness. 239 lightning bolts struck down, but they couldn't kill the Blood Sea Demon Lord. When the lightning dissipated, the Blood Sea Demon Lord had successfully passed the tribulation. His white hair fluttered in the wind. He had an otherworldly temperament. The righteousness surrounded him, making him look like a god. He stood in the void and looked into the distance. His deep eyes seemed to hide the heavens and earth, making it impossible for others to know what this old scholar was thinking. Chapter 1327. Inside the lake, the ghost ship slowly drifted. Azura Ghost Yin said, "You're rich now. Do you have any powerful treasures on you? Give me a few." Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "What treasures do you want? Dao artifacts?" "I don't care about those things. Do you have any soul-nourishing treasures?" Azura Ghost Yin asked. "I don't have any soul-nourishing treasures, but I do have some natural treasures that can nourish a cultivator's soul. They might be suitable for you." Lin Feng took out a dozen nurturing fruits and tossed them to Azura Ghost Yin. "Nurturing fruits? You have something like that? Heavens, these are all 30,000-year-old nurturing fruits, and this one is even better. It's 70,000-year-old nurturing fruit. Are you really giving them all to me?" Azura Ghost Yin looked at him in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. A treasure like the nurturing fruit was too precious. He really didn't know why Lin Feng would give it to him. After all, they didn't have any relationship. Lin Feng said, "I've already given them to you. Why would I lie to you? Why are you giving them to me?" Azura Ghost Yin didn't understand. Lin Feng said, "Because I think you're not bad. I hope you can increase your strength and survive this calamity." Lin Feng then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Azura Ghost Yan's eyes fluctuated violently. He couldn't believe that those words had come from Lin Feng's mouth. Ghost cultivators were hated by everyone, and now Lin Feng actually said that he was not bad. Azura Ghost Yan's feelings were very complicated. He was speechless for a long time. Lin Feng flew out of the magnetic fog lake. He had seen a terrifying primordial serpent here in the past, but it was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if it was hiding in the depths of the lake. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of him. A cultivator in a blood-red robe stepped forward. When he saw the cultivator, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The cultivator who stepped forward was none other than the Blood Sea Emperor. Back when Lin Feng was cultivating in Calvary Academy, the Blood Sea Monarch had joined forces with the Demon Monarch of the Blazing Flame, Sea Monarch, to mobilize demons to wreak havoc in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. They wanted to revive the Netherworld Monarch. Although it failed in the end, it also caused a huge disaster. It was unknown how many people died in that catastrophe. At that time, the Blood Sea Monarch was a godlike existence in Lin Feng's eyes. In a short 10 years, Lin Feng had grown to a level where he could compete with the Blood Sea Emperor. "Brat, I finally found you here." The Blood Sea Monarch stepped forward, and her face was filled with cold, killing intent. Lin Feng knew that the Blood Sea Monarch had sided with the Devil Fetus. As the Devil Fetus favorite, Lin Feng did not find it strange that the Blood Sea Monarch would come after him. If you were alone, this magnetic fog lake would have been your burial ground. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Brat, how dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? You really don't know your place." Hearing Lin Feng's disdainful words, the Blood Sea Emperor's face darkened. No matter what, she was still a demonic great emperor. Now that she was being looked down upon by a junior, she was naturally furious. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Can you not flatter yourself? You're only in the rebirth realm. How dare you call yourself a great emperor? Bah, how shameless." These demonic experts liked to give themselves names that sounded more powerful, such as Great Emperor, Demon Sovereign, Demon Monarch, and so on. But in reality, their strength was far from that level. For example, in the Heavenly Demon Clan, Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Heavenly God Realm, Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Giant God Realm, and Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Great Emperor Realm. The Blood Sea Emperor was only in the rebirth realm, but he called himself a great emperor. Wasn't that just flattering himself? Every cultivator in the Tianmu continent knew that demonic experts liked to flatter themselves, but now that Lin Feng had exposed it, the Blood Sea Emperor's face turned ashen. He said coldly, "Brat, I won't argue with you. Very soon, I'll make you beg for death. At that time, I'd like to see if your mouth is still as sharp as before." After saying that, the Blood Sea Emperor was about to attack. Hold on. Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded. The void trembled, and a cultivator stepped out from the void. He appeared to be in his 30s and wore a cyan robe. He was the vice-sect leader of the 1,000 Evil Sect, the largest evil sect in the 72 prefectures in the north. His cultivation level was unfathomable. "Long Tianao, why are you stopping me?" asked the Blood Sea Emperor gloomily. Even though they were both working for the demon fetus, the Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao didn't have a good relationship. The main reason was that the evil sects couldn't divide the spoils evenly. In addition, there was a struggle for power, so they secretly fought against each other. "Blood Sea Emperor, Brother Long was right to stop you." Another cultivator walked over, wearing a beast hide. It was the Great Elder of the Godly Temple of the Wildlands. "Great Elder, Wu Man, what do you mean?" asked the Blood Sea Emperor gloomily. He. A delicate laugh came from afar. A woman in a black dress walked over. She was peerlessly enchanting. She had a flirtatious aura, and her eyes were seductive. She looked like a slut. She was the vice-sect leader of the Soul Devourer Temple, Zhao Tian'er. Her name was very pleasant to the ears, but her personality was completely different from her name. She was cruel and merciless, and she killed without blinking. Four strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Zhao Tian'er said, "We've received a new order from the master. He wants us to surrender to him." "What? Surrender to him?" The Blood Sea Emperor's face became gloomy. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now that the master wanted Lin Feng to surrender, he was furious. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the master's order?" Zhao Tian'er sneered. The Blood Sea Emperor couldn't help but shiver. How could he dare to disobey the master's order? Unless he didn't want to live anymore. He quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm loyal to the master. I'll obey any of his orders unconditionally." Zhao Tian'er said, "I hope it's as you said. You'll always be loyal to the master and never betray him." Zhao Tian'er looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, I've heard about you a long time ago. You don't have any background, and you came from the Blue Cloud sect. You've grown to this level. You're really lucky. No wonder the master wants you to surrender. You're indeed a talent, and the master cherishes talents. The master wants me to tell you something. As long as you swear to become the master's servant, your woman, your woman's family, your friend's family, and so on, everyone related to you will be able to live. The master will also put you in an important position. In the future, he might even take you to the starry sky world. That's the cradle of strong cultivators. What do you think? Isn't this condition very tempting? Now, you can kneel and swear allegiance to the Master. Chapter 13:28. The Lord that the four experts were referring to was the devil fetus. They had all become the demon fetus slaves and were controlled by it. If the demon fetus wanted them to live, they would live. If the demon fetus wanted them to die, they would die. These people were destined to never be able to escape from the demon fetus, but they did not care. If they followed the demon fetus, they would have the highest authority. They would also be able to plunder all kinds of treasures. Their own cultivation would also increase continuously. Moreover, from their point of view, following the demon fetus was like leaning against a big tree. So what if they had to obey the demon fetus? It meant that they had a backer. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The expressions of the four experts sank. They looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how arrogant that fetus is. Who does he think he is? How dare he make me swear to be his slave? He might not even be qualified to be my slave." Lin Feng sneered. "How dare you humiliate our master?" The four strong cultivators were all looking at Lin Feng furiously. Their eyes were twinkling with killing intent. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Only lowly beings like you would willingly become the slaves of a fetus. Impudent! 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 How dare you humiliate our master as a fetus? No one in this world can save your life," the Blood Sea Emperor said coldly. "Isn't he a fetus? You just said that your master had a placenta." "The three of them can testify," said Lin Feng, emphasizing the word placenta and smiling at the Blood Sea Emperor. The Blood Sea Emperor's expression changed. She could not bear this accusation. Although the demon fetus was still in the womb, it might really be a fetus. But who would dare to say such disrespectful words? The Blood Sea Emperor shouted angrily, "Don't slander me! I never said that master was a fetus." Zhao Tunner said, "Don't be fooled by this kid. Master ordered that if we can't get him to surrender, we'll tear him to pieces." "Do it!" the four experts shouted in unison. Boom! Then they split into four directions and surrounded Lin Feng. They attacked at the same time, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. That aura caused Lin Feng to tremble in fear. The four experts were actually experts at the 7th level of the rebirth realm and above. How is this possible? Lin Feng found it hard to believe. He had seen the Blood Sea Emperor more than once or twice. No matter how strong she was at most at the 3rd or 4th level of the rebirth realm. However, the reality was that the Blood Sea Emperor had displayed a cultivation level above the 7th heavenly layer of the rebirth realm, said the Blood Sea Empress, laughing loudly. "Little boy, that's our master's power. Our master's skills are incredible. In a short period of time, he can make us become much stronger. It's only a matter of time before we break through to the God layer." Breaking through to the God realm required karmic luck. It was very difficult for the Martial Heaven continent to absorb karmic luck, so it was very difficult to break through. However, the demon fetus was too strange, especially the magic lotus. It was a sacred item of the divine demon clan. Perhaps it really had a way to make them break through to the God layer quickly. The other three should be in the same situation as the Blood Sea Emperor. Their cultivation levels were definitely not as strong as they were now. Their breakthroughs should be related to the demon fetus. No matter how their cultivation levels rose, it was real strength. With Lin Feng's current fighting strength, he could resist an expert at the 7th level of the rebirth realm. But against 4 of them, there was no chance of winning. However, Lin Feng was not without a solution. He had the Death God armor. Wearing the Death God armor greatly increased his defense. He didn't need to worry about their attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng took out his Death God armor to fight against the 4 strong cultivators. Bang, 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 bang. The attacks of the 4 experts landed on Lin Feng's body, but they were all blocked by the Death God armor. Lin Feng also started to attack the 4 experts. He used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor and slashed out 4 immortal killing lights. Heaven and earth split open. The sky shattered. The 4 experts' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a treasure. They immediately retreated and used their powerful sacred powers to block Lin Feng's 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. However, the 4 of them were still seriously injured and were sent flying. The Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao were almost cut in half by Lin Feng. A human-shaped puppet flew out from Wu Man's body and blocked the attack for him. The ferocious shrine's methods had always been strange. Wu Man had some unbelievable methods, but Lin Feng didn't find it strange. When Zhao Tian'er was hit by Lin Feng's attack, a divine light gushed out from between her eyebrows to protect her. After blocking the attack, the divine light dissipated. Zhao Tian'er screamed angrily, "Damn it, you destroyed my protective divine light. This is used to save my life at a critical moment." Lin Feng didn't care about Zhao Tian'er at all. He quickly attacked the injured Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao. The 2 of them were seriously injured. If he could seize this rare opportunity to kill them, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill Zhao Tian'er and Wu Man together. Humph! However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the void. Then, a world-destroying aura spread out. An ancient map flew out from the void and charged toward Lin Feng. 9 Demons Picture. After seeing the ancient map, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. It was the Imperial weapon 9 Demons Picture. There was a 5th expert hiding in the dark. He hadn't made a move before. Now that he saw that Lin Feng had the upper hand in this battle and might even kill the Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao, he couldn't help but attack Lin Feng. The 9 Demons Picture was a supreme imperial weapon. It was divided into 9 parts. Lin Feng guessed that the Magic Lotus probably had a 9 Demons Picture. The Heavenly Demon Clan had 9, the Magic Lotus. If his guess was correct, the Devil Fetus should also have a 9 Demons Picture. Bang! In the next moment, the 9 Demons Picture attacked Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. Even though he was wearing a divine weapon, Lin Feng felt that his body was about to explode. The Imperial weapon's attack was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the Death God armor, Lin Feng would have been dead. In the next moment, a demonic cultivator stepped out. He was the Azura evil sovereign from the Azura clan. His cultivation was unfathomable in front of the Devil Fetus. His status was even higher than the Blood Sea Emperor and the others. Die, brat! The 5 experts activated the 9 Demons Picture together, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The 9 Demons Picture released an endless demonic aura that enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death. The power of an imperial weapon was simply unstoppable. At this moment of extreme danger, a ghost ship rushed out from the void. "Get on the ship." Azura Ghost, Yin shouted. Lin Feng was shocked and rushed into the ghost ship. At this moment, the 9 Demons Picture attacked. Bang! The 9 Demons Picture attacked the ghost ship. Crack! Crack! The ghost ship kept cracking, but in the end, it blocked the attack of the 9 Demons Picture. Then, the ghost ship rushed into the depths of the magnetic fog lake as fast as lightning. Ghost Chi covered the sky and covered the ghost ship. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ship disappeared. Chase! The 5 experts roared furiously and quickly chased after the ghost ship. Chapter 1329. The ghost ship quickly headed towards the depths of the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng sat down on the ship. He had never thought that Azura ghost Yen would risk his life to save him, and this made Lin Feng feel grateful. I never thought that we would be able to fight side by side one day. Lin Feng sighed emotionally. In the past, when he and Ziyuan had been crossing the magnetic fog lake on the ghost ship, they had almost been tricked by Azura ghost Yen. Fortunately, Lin Feng had heavenly fire. Heavenly fire was the bane of Azura ghost Yen. Otherwise, he and Ziyuan would have died a long time ago. In fact, Lin Feng and Azura ghost Yen only had a grudge, not a friendship. Azura ghost Yen said, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to return the favor of the soul-nurturing fruit." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I didn't misunderstand. I told you that you're a good person, and ghosts aren't necessarily bad people." Azura ghost Yen sneered and said, "You're the first person in hundreds of years to say that I'm not a bad person. I just find it laughable." Lin Feng said, "Do you really think it's laughable? If that's what you think, I won't say anything." Azura ghost Yen snorted and did not answer Lin Feng. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura came from behind them. It was obvious that the 5 people were chasing after them. Lin Feng said, "They have an imperial armament, which is a bit troublesome. We can't fight against an imperial armament for now, unless we can find a treasure on the same level as it." Azura ghost Yen said, "The magnetic fog lake isn't a simple place. These people have an imperial armament, and they're releasing its aura without restraint. They're extremely arrogant. Soon, I'll let them know how terrifying the magnetic fog lake is." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "You have a way to deal with them?" "Of course. You'll soon know how I'll deal with them." Azura ghost Yen kept him in suspense. "You can't escape." The Azura ghost sovereign's cold voice came from behind. Buzz. In the void, a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws flew from behind and pounced at the ghost ship. That giant dragon was formed by the 9 demons diagram. "Hold on tight. I'm going to increase my speed." "Don't get left behind," Azura ghost Luo Yin shouted. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. Whoosh! Following that, the ghost ship turned into a bolt of black lightning and left its original position at a speed that was close to teleportation. Its speed was so fast that Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The dragons that pounced from behind finally crashed into the water surface and failed to hit the ghost ship. Holy shit! How could his speed be so fast? Your ghost ship is a bit different. Compared to the last time I saw you, your materials seem to have changed a lot. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered the changes in the ghost ship and could not help but be shocked. The reason why the ghost ship was so fast was definitely related to the changes in its materials. Moreover, the ghost ship had blocked an attack from the 9 demons diagram. Luo Yen said proudly, "You can finally see that my ghost ship is different. To tell you the truth, I found a sunken ship in the depths of Magnetic Fog Lake. I picked up some of the sunken ship's materials and strengthened the ghost ship. The ghost ship immediately underwent a qualitative change. The most precious part of that sunken ship should be the dragon bone, but I can't take it." The dragon bone that Luo Yin was talking about was not the bones of a dragon. Generally, large ships would have keels. The dragon bone of a ship was equivalent to a person's spine. The dragon bone was the foundation of a ship. How powerful a ship was, or how many waves it could withstand. It had a lot to do with the material of the dragon bone. Why were the 9 pirate ships of the 9 pirate kings so powerful? It was because the dragon bone material was very special. Lin Feng said, "You want to go to the sunken ship to deal with those people behind us?" Luo Yin said, "No, the sunken ship is a secret, and we can't let these people know. I want to take them to an extremely terrifying place, and we've already arrived." As soon as Luo Yin finished speaking, the ghost ship dived into the depths of the lake. A black barrier of light protected the ghost ship. The ghost ship dived very quickly, and Lin Feng did not ask where Luo Yin was going because they were about to arrive. Lin Feng was extremely shocked because there were many secrets hidden in the magnetic fog lake. After diving for about 10,000 meters, Lin Feng saw a mountain range that stretched for dozens of kilometers at the bottom of the lake. Luo Yin said, "This is the mountain range at the bottom of the lake." For some reason, the entire mountain range sank to the bottom of the lake. "The secret is hidden in the mountain range?" Lin Feng asked. Luo Yin nodded and said, "That's right, the secret is hidden in the mountain range. To be more precise, it's hidden in a valley in the mountain range." At that moment, waves of powerful ripples came from above. The 5 experts chased after them with the 9 demons diagram. The ghost ship sped up and entered the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Finally, they arrived at a valley. There were dozens of corpses lying in the valley. There were men and women, old and young. Their clothes were extremely ancient, and it was impossible to tell what era they were from. When Lin Feng saw the cultivators' corpses, he was astonished. How could there be so many ancient corpses here? Most importantly, the corpses had not decayed at all. They were very lifelike, as if they were still alive. "Don't make any noise, or you'll disturb the corpses," said Luo Yin. Lin Feng was confused. Since Luo Yin had said that they were corpses, Lin Feng was confused. How could the corpses be disturbed? Even though he was very confused, Lin Feng knew that he had to remain silent. The ghost ship finally landed in a patch of algae in the valley. It was covered by dense algae. Then, a large amount of death aura surged out of the ghost ship and sealed it. The ghost ship seemed to have fused with the world around it. It was completely hidden. "You can't run away. You think you can hide in the mountain range? Then we'll destroy this mountain range." The 5 experts looked at the mountain range at the bottom of the lake with gloomy expressions. It would not be easy to find 2 people in such a huge place. They could not help but shout coldly. Then they shook the 9 demons diagram. The 9 demons diagram emitted a demonic aura that swept toward the mountain range. Rumble! The mountain peaks were destroyed. Swish! Suddenly, a corpse lying in the corpse burial valley opened its eyes. When he saw this, Lin Feng gasped. What was going on? It had been dead for so many years, and now it had opened its eyes. The corpse still did not have any life aura. In other words, it was not a zombie. If it had not turned into a zombie, why would it open its eyes? It could also move freely. This was too strange. The place where the dead sleep is not allowed to be disturbed. Luo Yin whispered. "Azura ghost Luo," Yin said in a low voice. His words were full of meaning. Chapter 1330. The ancient corpse flew out. The corpse had the appearance of a middle-aged cultivator. After it flew out, its cold aura immediately locked onto the 5 powerhouses. The 5 powerhouses naturally saw the ancient corpse as well. But at first, they did not realize that it was a corpse. After all, it was so lifelike that it was no different from a living person. They even thought that the ancient corpse that walked out of Corpse Burial Valley was Lin Feng's companion. "Ha! Seems like you still have some self-awareness. Are you the only one who came out? Where's the other kid?" The Blood Sea Monarch let out a sinister laugh. The person he wanted to kill the most was not the person in front of him, but Lin Feng. Thinking about how he was first mocked by Lin Feng and then severely injured by Lin Feng, the Blood Sea Monarch felt an uncontrollable anger. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces, right now. Boom! The ancient corpse did not say anything. It was just as Luo Yen said. The place where the dead slept was not allowed to be disturbed. Any living being that disturbed the sleep of the dead would be punished. Perhaps it could be seen as a curse, or perhaps it could be seen as an unexplainable strange occurrence. And these deceased souls were indeed disturbed by it. You still dare to attack? You're courting death. The 5 powerhouses shouted. They were very cautious and immediately took out the 9 demons picture. Then they activated the 9 demons picture together and attacked the ancient corpse. The 9 demons picture emitted a black aura that was like an ancient mountain that came crashing down. But the ancient corpse was too strong. It was as if he had an indestructible body. Facing the 9 demons picture's attack, he swung his fist. Bang! His fist shattered the 9 demons picture's attack. Then he arrived in front of the Blood Sea Monarch and slammed his palm at her. No! The Blood Sea Monarch cried out in horror. He did not expect such a terrifying thing to happen. The 9 demons painting, a monarch weapon, was easily destroyed by the opponent. The Blood Sea Monarch realized that it was difficult for her to dodge the attack. Her eyes shrunk. She had never felt such a strong aura of death before. The next moment, the ancient corpse's palm landed on the Blood Sea Monarch's body. The Blood Sea Monarch's body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the ghost ship, was also dumbfounded. The strength of the ancient corpses was indeed unexpected. He was so strong that it was a little abnormal. Seeing the Blood Sea Emperor, who had dominated the Sky Martial Continent for thousands of years, fall just like that, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Most of the time, life wasn't as strong as imagined. In this world, there were too many terrifying existences that could ignore the rules and take the life of any cultivator at will. Just like the mysterious ancient corpses in Corpse Burial Valley. Of course, Lin Feng was happy to see the death of the Blood Sea Monarch. With the death of this great demon, it was unknown how many people would be spared from being killed by him. This was truly a matter worthy of celebration. After the fall of the Blood Sea Monarch, something strange happened. All the blood mist was devoured by the ancient corpse. The blood mist was integrated with the Blood Sea Monarch's flesh and blood, soul energy, and source energy. The ancient corpse was obviously a corpse, but it was actually absorbing the blood mist. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. However, thinking that the ancient corpse was full of strange things, Lin Feng did not feel that there was much fuss about the ancient corpse absorbing the blood mist. After seeing this scene, the other 4 people revealed a horrified expression. The strength of the ancient corpse had deeply shocked them. The 4 of them quickly retreated and then used all their strength to activate the 9 demons painting. Something's not right. This is not a living person, but a corpse. Wu Man Chen Sheng said, "What? A corpse? How is this possible?" Azura Evil Sovereign, Long Tianao, and Zhao Tianer were in disbelief. Wu Man said, "I can't be wrong. It must be a corpse. I just don't know why this corpse can still attack us. It seems that this mountain under the lake hides some secrets. That kid must be hiding here, but we don't have the strength to explore this place. Let's go quickly before we suffer the same fate as the Blood Sea Monarch." Wu Man did not want to stay in this place any longer. The others also nodded. However, the ancient corpse obviously did not want to let go of these intruders who had disturbed its sleep. The ancient corpse launched another attack. The 4 cultivators had no time to escape. They had no choice but to fight against the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse's attack was very simple. It raised its right hand and slashed towards the 4 cultivators. A terrifying chi formed in the surrounding space. This chi was suppressing the surrounding space. It wanted to crush the surrounding space into pieces. The four cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They were overwhelmed with shock. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. The ancient corpse's attack had not even landed on them, but they were already on the verge of collapsing. What if the ancient corpse's attack landed on them? What kind of terrifying damage would it cause? He was afraid that the damage that would be caused would be unimaginable. Burn your lifespan. Activate the 9 demons painting. Azura Evil Sovereign shouted in a deep voice. They had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Even though they had great imperial weapons, facing the ancient corpse was still very stressful. The 4 cultivators began to burn their lifespan crazily. Each of them burned 3,000 years of their lifespan. The 4 cultivators burned their lifespan to activate the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting's power was indeed unleashed by the stone square. It was a great imperial weapon. A trace of its power was enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. A terrifying aura spread out. It was as if an immemorial great emperor had come back to life. It made one tremble in fear. The 9 demons painting attacked the ancient corpse. The 4 cultivators sneered. It was as if they could already see the ancient corpse being killed by the 9 demons painting. However, no one had expected the ancient corpse to be so terrifying and powerful. The ancient corpse threw out a punch and collided with the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting was shaken and was sent flying by the ancient corpse. Seeing this, the 4 cultivators were almost scared to death. The ancient corpse went forward and threw another punch at the 4 cultivators. The 4 of them retreated. They dodged pathetically. Long Tianao was injured, so he was slower in dodging. He was killed on the spot. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist that Long Tianao turned into was also devoured by the ancient corpse. Although the other 3 cultivators did not die, they were sent flying by the shockwave. They vomited blood. The ancient corpse rushed forward to kill the other 3 cultivators. However, at this moment, an illusory image appeared in the void. The magic lotus appeared in the illusory image. The magic lotus shot out a ray of demonic light into the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting's power increased greatly and sent the ancient corpse flying. Then, the 9 demons painting wrapped around the 3 cultivators who were severely injured. They tore through the void and disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. The ancient corpse returned to the corpse burial valley and lay there motionlessly. It turned into a corpse that sank to the bottom of the lake. After billions of years, these corpses were still indestructible. No one knew who these corpses were when they were alive. They had fallen here in the past. As they fell, how many shocking secrets were buried in these corpses? P.S. Thank you to Brother Happy for the 10,000 book coins tip. I would also like to ask for a recommendation ticket for next month. Chapter 1331. Let's leave this place, whispered Luo Yen. They left cautiously, not daring to make even the slightest sound. The ghost ship drifted away, finally leaving the mountain range. Luo Yen and Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient corpses were too terrifying, possessing strength that made one's hair stand on end and their faces turn pale. Even emperor weapons couldn't injure them. They really didn't know what level their strength was at. Lin Feng asked, "You said that it was a place where the dead slept. What did that mean? Could it be that you have some understanding of the ancient corpses' origins?" Luo Yen said, "These corpses are very mysterious. You can tell from their clothes that they're from before the immemorial era. However, I don't know where they came from. The reason why I know how powerful these corpses are is because 300 years ago, when I had just become a ghost cultivator. I was like a wild ghost floating in the magnetic fog lake. Unintentionally, I saw the overlord of the magnetic fog lake pass by here. That overlord roared loudly, but it disturbed the ancient corpses sleeping in the valley. After that, that overlord was killed by an ancient corpse. After that, I learned that the ancient corpses in the Corpse Burial Valley are hiding many secrets, and that they're not existences that should be provoked. Lin Feng asked, "Did you try to find out the secrets of the ancient corpses?" Luo Yin said, "I did indeed search around before, and I even found a stone tablet. On it was written the words, 'This is the place where the dead sleep, and do not disturb.' However, the strange thing is that the ancient stone tablet disappeared without a trace." Lin Feng's heart twitched. Could it be that someone took it? Luo Yin shook his head. "I don't think that's possible. Those ancient corpses are too terrifying. Nobody can enter the Corpse Burial Valley, let alone take what's inside. Those ancient corpses are so strange that I don't dare to continue searching for their secrets. I don't want to die here." Lin Feng nodded. If it were him, he would have done the same thing as Luo Yin and stopped searching for the ancient corpses' secrets. The ancient corpses were too terrifying. Their secrets couldn't be found by ordinary people. If one wanted to search for the ancient corpses' secrets, they had to be prepared to be killed by the ancient corpses. Lin Feng asked, "Where's the sunken ship? Take me there, and I might be able to get you a dragon bone." "I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. Maybe you can do it." Luo Yan's eyes lit up. The ghost ship traveled deeper into the valley, and when they passed by a chasm, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the chasm. He then saw a pair of cold eyes staring at the ship. "Is it that giant snake?" Lin Feng was terrified. He still remembered that there used to be an ancient serpent that had lived here for tens of thousands of years. Its original form was a dark water, mystical snake. However, it had lived for so long that its body had already broken through the limit of the dark water, mystical snake. It was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Yin replied, "Don't worry about this big guy. I'm very familiar with him." The ghost ship continued to travel above the chasm, and the snake did not attack the ship. Luo Yin said, "The snake is protecting something in the chasm. That's its mission. It has an unimaginably long lifespan, and its life is to protect something in the chasm. It will never be able to leave this place." Lin Feng asked, "Isn't that the same as those cursed creatures?" He thought of the fire crow. Luo Yin replied, "Perhaps you can understand it that way. This world is filled with unknown secrets, and many of them are shocking enough. They're not something we can explore." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Since you're on good terms with the snake, have you ever asked it what it's protecting?" Luo Yin replied, "I did, but the snake didn't tell me." The ghost ship continued to travel deeper into the chasm. Suddenly, a gigantic whirlpool appeared in front of them. It was a whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, and it covered an area of about 20 kilometers. Anything swallowed by the whirlpool would be instantly torn apart. When I was swallowed by the whirlpool, the ship's hull was destroyed, and my soul was shattered. I thought that I would definitely die, but I was lucky enough to survive. I even discovered the secret of the sunken ship. Sit tight. I'm going to enter the whirlpool." Luo Yin explained. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. The ghost ship entered the whirlpool, and a terrifying force instantly surged out, wanting to destroy the ship. However, Luo Yan's methods were astonishing, and he controlled the ghost ship to travel in a special trajectory. The ship's trajectory just so happened to neutralize the pressure exerted by the whirlpool. Finally, the ghost ship entered the depths of the whirlpool. In the depths of the whirlpool, the flow of water calmed down. Luo Yin let out a long breath and said, This whirlpool contains the power of space-time reversal. You can't enter with brute force. If you do, not only will you not be able to enter, but you might also be instantly killed by the space-time reversal. Space-time reversal is a terrifying power that can kill gods. Lin Feng said, "You have some tricks up your sleeves. You actually found a way to enter the whirlpool." Luo Yen couldn't help but say proudly, "Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm the greatest ghost Azura, Luo Yen." Luo Yen couldn't stand the praise of others. Once he was praised, he would immediately become complacent. The ghost ship sailed into the depths. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. Lin Feng couldn't help but look down. He saw a huge sunken ship. The sunken ship was about 40 to 50 meters long, and it had sunk into the sand. The ghost ship landed outside the sunken ship, and Lin Feng disembarked. Luo Yen also walked out. Luo Yen was wearing a black robe, revealing only a pair of pale green eyes. He was a ghost cultivator, and now that he only had a soul and no body, the ghost ship was equivalent to his body. "What do you think of this ancient ship?" Luo Yen looked at Lin Feng. "It's been too long. It should be an ancient ship built before the primordial era." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Why do you think so?" Luo Yen asked, "Look at the materials near the dragon bone. Are they different from the other materials?" Lin Feng said, "They are indeed different." Luo Yen nodded. "If I'm not wrong, that should be the epic divine wood." Lin Feng said, "Epic divine wood? What's that?" Luo Yen was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "I've read about epic divine wood in an ancient book. Epic divine wood is the oldest type of divine wood, and it's extremely sturdy. It's the best material for building ships. Many famous ships, such as the gods' battleships, the ships of death, and so on, are made of epic divine wood. I think that the reason why those ships weren't completely made of epic divine wood is because epic divine wood has been extinct since the primordial era. Therefore, it's impossible to find enough epic divine wood to make a ship's hull. It's already very difficult to make a ship's hull out of epic divine wood, and a ship that can make a hull out of epic divine wood must have an incredible origin." "I see." Luo Yen nodded. Luo Yen nodded and asked, "Is there a way to get on the ship?" The ancient ship still contained terrifying restrictive spells. Those restrictive spells distorted the space around the ship. It was terrifying. If one wasn't careful, they could die. That was why Luo Yen hadn't dared go on the ship for so many years. If someone who wasn't familiar with the restrictive spells rashly boarded the ship, they would definitely die. Chapter 1332. Lin Feng observed the ancient ship for a while. He decided to get closer and study it. This ancient ship wasn't simple, and it definitely hid some secrets. Lin Feng hoped to find something good on it. "Follow behind me," Luo Yen said. He reminded Luo Yen that the surroundings of the ancient ship were very dangerous, so they had to be careful. If they got separated, the consequences would be dire. The two of them then walked towards the ancient ship. The ancient ship had been severely damaged. There were even holes in many places, as if it had been pierced by some sharp weapon. This ship is made from ebony wood, a very rare type of divine wood. Plus, the keel of this ship is anchored with epical divine wood. How could such an extraordinary ship be destroyed? It's unbelievable. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Luo Yen said, "Could it be that a shocking battle took place in the past, and this ship was destroyed because of it?" Lin Feng said, "That's possible." In the end, Lin Feng and Luo Yen passed through the outermost layer of restrictions and arrived at the bottom of the ancient ship. The dragon bones aren't that badly damaged. Lin Feng looked at the dragon bones. The dragon bones were located in the middle of the ship's bottom, and they were connected to the ship's stern. "What do you think the keel of this ancient ship is?" Luo Yen asked. Lin Feng gently stroked the dragon bones. He could feel a cold aura. Lin Feng felt as if he had been pulled into an ancient world by the cold aura. It was a boundless starry world. An astral beast was flying through the boundless starry world. When the astral beast got closer, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't an astral beast, but an ancient ship. Kill! Vaguely deafening battle cries could be heard from the depths of the starry world. On the other hand, the ancient ship sailed toward a battlefield in a starry sky world. A moment later, the images disappeared, and Lin Feng came back to his senses. He said, "Touch the dragon bones, and see if you can sense anything." Luo Yen nodded. Following Lin Feng's instructions, he touched the dragon bone. His expression was also slightly shaken. After a while, Luo Yen came back to his senses and said, "So it's a dragon bone made from the spine of a giant star beast." Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's an ancient ship that fought in the foreign battlefields. Perhaps it was destroyed in the foreign battlefields and fell into a lake. Of course, it's also possible that it returned to the continent from the foreign battlefields and was destroyed for unknown reasons." Luo Yen asked, "The dragon bones are so well preserved. Will it be very difficult to remove them?" Lin Feng said, "It's indeed very difficult to take the dragon bones, but it's not impossible. We can destroy the ancient ship, but this ancient ship is too strange. If we really want to destroy it, I'm afraid that we'll suffer a calamity before the ancient ship is destroyed. Is there no other way? I'm sitting on a mountain of treasures, but I can't take anything away. How depressing." Luo Yen said, Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. Let me see if there's any damage to the dragon bones. If there is, perhaps we can take a part of it." When he heard Lin Feng's words, Luo Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a ray of hope. Lin Feng and Luo Yan went to the back of the ship, but they discovered that the dragon bones were still well preserved. This made Luo Yan extremely depressed. Lin Feng said, "This ancient ship hasn't been truly destroyed. It should be able to continue sailing." Luo Yan nodded and said, "The dragon bones are well preserved, so it can indeed continue sailing. However, this ancient ship is too strange. No one can control it." It was indeed as Luo Yen had said. No one could control this ancient ship. Of course, if they really wanted to control this ancient ship, it wasn't impossible. They had to be like the 9 pirate kings and obtain the ancient ship's approval. The 9 pirate kings had been able to control these powerful ancient ships because they had obtained the ancient ship's approval. "Let's go up and take a look," Lin Feng said. Luo Yen nodded and followed Lin Feng onto the ancient ship. The ancient ship's surface was also covered with sword marks, and many places were even stained with blood. These marks had not been erased by time, and they seemed to be telling Lin Feng and Luo Yen about the great battle that had taken place on the ancient ship. However, there were no corpses on the ancient ship. If there had been a great battle in the past, there would have been many corpses buried, but where had those corpses gone? Lin Feng guessed that perhaps the ancient ship hadn't been destroyed during the great battle. Perhaps after the great battle in the starry sky, something else happened that no one knew about. Lin Feng and Luo Yen carefully walked towards the ship's cabin. Nothing in the cabin showed any signs of movement. There were many things here, but not many of them were valuable. "Maybe there's a treasure trove," Luo Yen said. Lin Feng also had the same idea. It was impossible for such a huge ancient ship to not have a treasure trove. He and Luo Yen went deeper into the ship and finally arrived at a cabin in the middle. There was an entrance that led downwards, and they carefully went down. When they arrived at the bottom, they were pleasantly surprised. This was the treasure trove of the ancient ship. There were restrictive spells in the treasure trove, but they couldn't stop Lin Feng. He opened the door of the treasure trove. Swish! As soon as the door was opened, a huge blood-red bat suddenly pounced towards them. This blood-red bat had an extremely ugly pig face and sharp fangs. Lin Feng was stupefied. Surprisingly, it was a blood bat. It was an extremely ferocious and evil bat. In the Bat clan, it had the blood of the imperial clan. It was one of the strongest bat clans. Not only could the blood-red bat produce sound waves, but its claws and fangs were also its weapons. Moreover, the blood-red bat's entire body was poisonous. Even the slightest touch of the bat's venom could lead to death. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the blood-red bat pounced towards him, he moved to the left. Then he raised his right hand and slashed. A ray of sword energy flew out. Uffed, the blood-red bat was killed by Lin Feng, and its corpse fell to the ground. The blood-red bat is a member of the Bat clan's royal bloodline. It's said that it went extinct in the ancient times. I can't believe that such an evil creature appeared in this treasure trove. I wonder if it was raised by the cultivators on the ancient ship. Luo Yan's expression became serious. Lin Feng said, "Let's be careful. There might be more blood-red bats inside." Luo Yan nodded and carefully entered the treasure trove with Lin Feng. The treasure trove was extremely large. After scanning it with their divine senses, they didn't find any blood-red bats. Lin Feng and Luo Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Bzzz. At that moment, a violent vibration came from the depths of the treasure trove. Chapter 1333. The shock waves were shocking, and they alarmed Lin Feng and Luo Yan. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the treasury. When they reached the depths of the treasury, they sensed a dangerous aura and immediately retreated. A fierce beast pounced at them, its claws extremely sharp as it tried to tear their bodies apart. This strange beast was very strange. It looked like a cow with 4 horns, and its fur was very long, like a raincoat draped over its body. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this beast. This beast was called the Hohen, and it was a famous and powerful beast. It was cruel and liked to eat human flesh. On the ranking of ancient divine beasts, the Hohen was ranked higher than the Bai and the Qiong Qi. It's a Hohen. How can there be such a terrifying beast here? Luo Yan's expression changed drastically. Don't panic. This isn't a real Hohen. It's just sealed blood. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong with this beast. Although it was very fierce, it was far from being as strong as the Hohen. He threw a punch at the Hohen. Bang! The two of them exchanged punches, and the Hohen was beaten back to its original form by Lin Feng, turning into a ball of blood. This ball of blood had been sealed by energy. It floated in the air. Luo Yan couldn't help but curse. Fuck! So it's just the blood of a fierce beast. You scared me. I thought I had encountered a real Hohen. Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and stored the Hohen's blood. He said, the blood should have been sealed in the bottle, but as time passed, the bottle shattered and the blood escaped. These powerful beasts' blood all have some undying spirituality and are often extremely powerful. However, since it encountered us today, the Hohen's blood won't be able to cause any trouble. I plan to use this blood to find someone to refine deity elixir. This deity elixir is very important to me, so I'll take the Hohen's blood. The Hohen was a famous beast from the primordial era, and it was extremely powerful. In particular, Lin Feng obtained the precious blood of the fierce Yong. Even after so many years, it was still as ferocious as ever. This fierce Yong was most likely a heavenly god or even a giant god when it was alive, so refining the heavenly god elixir was naturally not a problem. Although Lin Feng had been saving the heavenly god liquid, there were only 15 drops left. Most of the time, Lin Feng was reluctant to use the heavenly god liquid unless it was a life or death situation. After all, this thing was gone once it was used up. But now that Lin Feng had obtained the precious blood of the Ho Hen, he could continue to refine new drops of heavenly god liquid. This also allowed him to use the remaining 15 drops of heavenly god liquid without worry. Luo Yin said, "Of course, that's not a problem. There are many treasures here. If you like any treasure, feel free to take it." Lin Feng and Luo Yin began to collect the treasures in the treasury. Inside the treasury, there were piles of supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also piles of magic treasures. What made Lin Feng stunned was that there were piles of magic treasures. There were all kinds of magic treasures, offensive types, defensive types, and so on. They were all magic treasures above the Dao tool level. Some magic treasures had even reached the semi-divine tool level. Luo Yin chose a few semi-divine tool magic treasures. He knew that Lin Feng wanted to equip his strength, so Luo Yin did not take the rest of the magic treasures. They were all Lin Feng's possession. Lin Feng counted. There were a total of 37,000 low-grade magic treasures, 14,000 mid-grade magic treasures, 6,000 high-grade magic treasures, 2,200 peak-grade magic treasures, and 175 semi-divine tools. After counting these magic treasures, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of treasures, but this was the first time he saw such a situation. There were a total of 59,200 Dao tools. There were also 175 semi-divine tools. In addition, there were some Dao tools that Lin Feng had originally collected. This was enough to equip a 60,000-man army. Think about it, 60,000 cultivators, all of them wielding Dao tools or even semi-divine tools. If they attacked together, how terrifying would that be? It would probably be able to slaughter gods, right? Now that the Sky Martial Continent was in chaos, the invasion of the sky demons was accelerating. Lin Feng was well aware of this. What did these Dao tools and demigod tools mean to him? To put it more grandly, Lin Feng could use these magic treasures to form his own army to fight against the sky demons and protect the Sky Martial Continent. To put it more selfishly, Lin Feng had formed his own army. In this chaotic world, to be able to have a huge army would allow him to have enough power to speak. Lin Feng kept all the magic treasures. He and Luo Yin continued to count the other treasures. Lin Feng needed these supreme-grade spirit stones very much. After all, Lin Feng had too many subordinates now, so he would definitely use up countless resources. Other than that, there were also many pills piled up in the treasury. This ancient battlefield fought in the starry sky world, so it was easy to cause casualties. Most of the pills piled up like a mountain were healing pills, and all of them were saint-grade pills. Even Lin Feng could not refine them. These pills were sealed in porcelain bottles and had not been destroyed even after tens of thousands of years. This made Lin Feng very happy. With these pills, how many fewer people would die in the war? There were also thousands of different kinds of divine ability inheritances. There were also all kinds of rare treasures, such as some treasures from the sea, some from the starry sky world, and some precious divine metals, etc. Epic divine wood. I found the epic divine wood. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin, who was collecting treasures in the distance, laughed excitedly. The epic divine wood was extremely important to Luo Yin. The dragon bones were surrounded by epic divine wood, but they could not be taken away. Now that Luo Yin had obtained it, Lin Feng was happy for him. Not long after, Luo Yin shouted, "Lin Feng, come and take a look. Is this the same dragon bone as the one on the ancient ship?" Lin Feng went over and saw that Luo Yin had dug out a 10-meter-long beast bone from the pile of treasures. Lin Feng said, "It's not a dragon bone because it hasn't been refined. However, It's definitely the bone of an astral beast. It's a material used to refine dragon bones. That's great. With unrefined materials, I'll be able to refine dragon bones myself. It's even more valuable than obtaining dragon bones. Luo Yin said excitedly. He had obtained the epic divine wood and the astral beast bone, so he could refine the ghost ship and increase its power. This was extremely important to Luo Yin. Lin Feng and Luo Yin kept collecting treasures. Mountains of treasures were piled up in their hands. In a corner, Lin Feng found a sealed box. When Lin Feng opened it, a shocking fluctuation spread out, followed by the sound of the great Tao resonating. Heavens! What did you find? It actually resonated with the great Tao. Luo Yin shouted in shock and quickly ran over. Chapter 1334. Inside the chest were 10 fist-sized stones. These stones had a crystalline luster and were almost transparent. They contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Moreover, these crystal-like stones were able to resonate with the great Tao. It was truly unimaginable. What are these? Luo Yin was puzzled. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing these things, so he wasn't sure either. At that moment, the demon lord transmitted, "These are extremely rare Saint Source stones." Saint Source stones? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What exactly is a Saint Source stone? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord replied, "You can think of them as spirit stones. However, they are different from ordinary spirit stones. The energy they contain contains the heavenly Tao's origin saint energy. They are the most precious spirit stones in the world. Breaking through to the deity realm requires Saint Source stones to greatly increase your chances of breaking through. If you use top-grade spirit stones to break through to the deity realm, your chances of breaking through will greatly decrease." Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected Saint Source stones to have such an effect. They were used to break through to the deity realm. Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of the life and death realm. He wasn't too far away from the deity realm. Lin Feng took out 5 Saint Source stones and kept them for himself. He gave the other 5 to Luo Yin and said, "These are Saint Source stones, the most precious spirit stones. When breaking through to the deity realm, borrowing the power of Saint Source stones will greatly increase your chances of success." So these are Saint Source stones. I've heard of them before, but I've never seen them before. Unfortunately, there are only 10 of them. It would be great if there were 10 chests. The 2 of us can take 5 chests each. Luo Yin grinned. Lin Feng said, "This ancient ship is ancient and mysterious. It has a long history and is capable of conquering the starry sky. It's obvious that the people on this ship were all deity realm experts. They collected so many treasures, but there were only 10 Saint Source stones. From this, you can see how rare they are." Luo Yin nodded and said, "Yes, it's already very lucky for each of us to get 5. The 2 of them continued to collect other treasures. Soon, they had emptied the entire treasury. There's a stone door here," Luo Yin suddenly shouted. Originally, there were many treasures piled up there, but the stone door was blocked. Later, all the treasures were taken away by Luo Yin, and the stone door was exposed in front of Luo Yin. Lin Feng walked over and frowned at the stone door. What really puzzled him was, why was there a stone door in this wooden ancient ship? Could it be that the previous owner of the ship had a bad taste? Should we push open the stone door? There might be treasures inside. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. Lin Feng replied, "Who knows, it might release some terrifying things." Luo Yin said, "F***CK, what a jinx. Can't you say something nice?" That being said, Royan was actually a little worried. Of course, it was normal for him to be a little worried. However, that did not stop Lin Feng, and Luo Yen from opening the stone door. There might be a heaven-defying opportunity behind the stone door. There was a restriction on the stone door. Lin Feng broke the restriction. Then, together with Luo Yen, he began to push the stone door. With a loud rumbling sound, the stone door was gradually pushed open. A decaying aura was emitted from the inside of the stone door. Lin Feng looked inside the stone door. However, he found that it was pitch black inside. He and Luo Yen entered. Dong, 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 dong. This storehouse was very spacious, and there were even echoes of footsteps when they walked. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura coming from above. He looked up and saw pairs of gloomy eyes looking at him and Luo Yen. Luo Yen was a ghost cultivator, and his soul perception was even stronger than Lin Feng's. Therefore, he had already discovered the terrifying creatures above. The two of them looked at each other and did not say anything. They turned around and rushed outside, hoping to escape first. Screech! However, they were still a step too late. The densely packed creatures above let out sharp, ear-piercing screeches. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. Luo Yen was no exception. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. This was a sound wave attack, and it caused damage to Lin Feng and Luo Yan's souls. After the sound wave attack, the densely packed creatures flew down and pounced on Lin Feng and Luo Yen. Lin Feng and Luo Yen were not simple people. Lin Feng's soul power was strong, and his soul was protected by the chaotic ancient lamp. Therefore, he was able to neutralize the sound wave attack very quickly. Luo Yen was a ghost cultivator himself, and he was most skilled in soul techniques. It was not difficult for him to neutralize the sound wave attack. After neutralizing the sound wave attack, Lin Feng and Luo Yen came back to their senses and saw that the densely packed creatures were already charging at them. At this moment, they saw clearly what those creatures were. They were pig-faced bloodbats. Previously, when Lin Feng opened the door to the treasury, a pig-faced bloodbat flew out. There were no more pig-faced bloodbats in the treasury. Therefore, Lin Feng and Luo Yen thought that there was only one left on the ancient ship. However, they didn't expect that behind the stone door was the nest of the pig-faced bloodbats. 9 slashes of the Devil Monarch. Soul-splitting art. The two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly used their most powerful techniques to attack the pig-faced bloodbats. The 9 slashes of the Devil Monarch was an Emperor technique, and the densely packed pig-faced bloodbats were killed. Soon, the ground was filled with their corpses. Luo Yan's secret soul technique was also quite terrifying. The bloodbats' souls were instantly killed, but their bodies were still intact. They were not hurt at all. The bloodbats all fell to the ground in unison. Keek-keek. A sinister sound came from the depths of the treasury. The pig-faced bloodbats that were attacking Lin Feng and Luo Yen stopped. However, they didn't let them go. They still surrounded the two of them. Although the treasury was dark, powerful cultivators usually had night vision. Therefore, they could still see the situation inside the treasury. From the depths of the treasury, a huge pig-faced bloodbat that was more than 3 meters long flew over. It was this huge pig-faced bloodbat that had let out that sinister sound. The huge pig-faced bloodbat must be the king of these bats. It flapped its wings, and in the next moment, the Bat King transformed into a cultivator wearing a blood-red robe. This cultivator had an extremely ugly appearance, and a sinister aura was being emitted from his body. Humans, thank you for opening the sealed door. I've just been born, and I'm in need of some capable servants. I see that your cultivation is not bad. Let me ask you, are you willing to become my servants? Serve me? The pig-faced bloodbat king's sinister voice sounded. Its sinister eyes stared at Lin Feng and Luo Yen. Chapter 1335. Oh, you want us to acknowledge you as our master? Do you think you're qualified to do that? Lin Feng looked at the Bat King with a half-smile, as if he wasn't worried at all. Brat, I'm a member of the royal family of bats. My bloodline is noble. You're just a mere human, yet you're willing to acknowledge me as your master. You should count yourself lucky. Pig-faced blood, Centipede King sneered. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The Bat King's expression sank, and it said coldly, "Despicable human brat, what are you laughing at?" Said Lin Feng, "You're just a half-god. You're not a god. Surprisingly, you dare act so arrogantly in front of me. You must be tired of living. Now, I'll give you an opportunity. Kneel down and swear allegiance to me." What? How dare you make the great king of the blood bats kneel before you? You must be tired of living. Do you think I won't crush you right now? The pig-faced bloodbat one's sinister eyes flickered with killing intent. Attack! Lin Feng shouted. He took the lead and charged at the Bat King. Although Luo Yin hadn't interacted with Lin Feng many times, he knew that Lin Feng wasn't an arrogant person. Lin Feng knew that the Bat King was a powerful demigod, yet he still dared to attack it. He definitely had a way to deal with the Bat King. Therefore, Luo Yin did not hesitate at all. He followed closely behind and attacked the Bat King together. Despicable ants, you're courting death. Today I'll destroy you. The Bat King let out a sinister roar. The bats in the storehouse charged at Lin Feng and Luo Yin. Heaven Fire, come out! Lin Feng looked indifferent as he summoned his Heaven Fire. The purple Earthgore Fire and the black flame burning god Fire immediately flew out. The raging flames burned and instantly surrounded the entire warehouse. In an instant, the storehouse turned into a sea of fire. The blood bat was a dark creature, so Lin Feng's celestial fire was able to control it. Many of the bats were burned to death, and their corpses fell from the sky. "Oh no, I'm going to be burned to death." Luo Yin shouted in fear. Lin Feng said, "I'm controlling the Heaven Fire. It won't harm you." Only then did Luo Yin relax. Heaven Fire. The Blood Ape Bat King's expression changed as well. Heavenly fire surrounded it. The Bat King felt as if its blood was about to be ignited. This caused the Bat King's face to be filled with terror. Under normal circumstances, be it humans, monsters, demons, or other races, their blood was always hot. However, there were some creatures whose blood was cold. Snakes, for example. The blood of the pig-faced bloodbats was very similar to the blood of the snake clan. The blood of this clan was also cold. The pig-faced bloodbats were unable to live in a hot environment. They lived in dark and damp environments. In a hot environment, the temperature of their blood would rise. Soon they would explode and die. Therefore, the Heaven Fire was extremely harmful to the bats. Even though the Bat King was a demigod, he was still a demigod. However, under the suppression of the Heaven Fire, it could not even unleash the power of a peak rebirth realm being, let alone a demigod. This was why Lin Feng dared to attack the Bat King. If it were any other demigod, Lin Feng would have turned and left without saying a word. However, Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat the Bat King. Seeing that the Bat King wanted to escape, Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor with his left hand and the Seal of Life and Death with his right. 2 powerful Emperor techniques were unleashed at the Blood Bat King. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the Bat King collided. The Bat King was restrained by the Heaven Fire, and its power was greatly reduced. Therefore, it could not defeat Lin Feng. Instead, it was intercepted by Lin Feng. At this moment, Luo Yin launched his attack. Luo Yan's great art of soul splitting was a soul attack. It was a very strange, unique skill, and it attacked the Bat King without making a sound. If it had been any other time, the Bat King would have sent something and blocked Luo Yan's attack. However, it was different this time. The Bat King was trapped by the heaven fire. Its power and senses were greatly reduced. In addition, its mental state was also affected. Therefore, the Bat King was unable to withstand Luo Yan's attack. The Bat King's soul was damaged, and it could not help but cry out in pain. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He used the Great Suppression technique and the 8 soul sealing seals. 2 things at the same time. The Bat King was subdued. "Let me go." The Bat King roared angrily and struggled violently. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He sneered and said, "It's useless. You can't break free. I will not kill you today. Instead, I will convert you and make you my slave." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous runes appeared on Lin Feng's palm. "The great Buddhist path of purification. Let me convert this sinful soul. May there be no more killing in this world." Lin Feng became extremely solemn. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. The power of purification lingered in his right hand. It was like a Buddhist monk praying for blessings. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the Bat King's forehead. A powerful force of purification surged into the Bat King's mind. Great purification technique. You want to purify me? That's the great purification technique of Buddhism. Once it purifies someone, they'll become a walking corpse. I won't let you succeed. The Bat King roared in fear. It wanted to use its soul to attack Lin Feng. However, when the heavenly fire surged over, it directly suppressed the soul power of the pig-faced blood centipede Bat Wan. "Pig-faced blood-maned Bat King, I represent justice and will convert you. I will help you cross the sea of suffering. Repent, and you will be saved." Lin Feng's body was covered in Buddhist light. He was filled with a holy aura. "Boy, even if I have to self-destruct my soul, I won't become your slave." The Bat King roared. He wanted to self-destruct. This guy had some guts. He would rather die than be converted. "It's useless. You are destined to be my slave." Lin Feng put his hands on the Bat King's head. His purifying strength penetrated into the Bat King's soul before the Bat King's soul was destroyed. "Amit Ba, thank you, almsgiver Lin, for helping me cross the sea of suffering and lay down my butcher's knife." The Bat King's ferocious face suddenly became peaceful. It put its palms together, and its voice was like a red bell. Its every move was like that of an enlightened monk. Chapter 1336. The pig-headed Blood Bat King was the first demigod that Lin Feng had subdued, so Lin Feng was extremely happy. Lin Feng put his palms together and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You've become a Buddha." The pig-headed Blood Bat King said, "I have to thank fellow Taoist Lin for awakening. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Lin, I would still be an evil bat king devoid of humanity. How could I become enlightened like this?" Luo Yan was dumbfounded. The pig-head Blood Bat King, which had been fighting them to the death a moment ago, had become like this in the blink of an eye. Luo Yan was greatly shocked. The great purification technique is so domineering. Luo Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. Lin Feng said, "This is one of the most powerful techniques of Buddhism. Naturally, it's powerful." Lin Feng took out a beast slave pouch and tossed it to the pig-headed Blood Bat King. "Put all of your surviving subordinates into this pouch." "Yes." After the pig-head Blood Bat King accepted the beast slave pouch, it immediately put all the pig-head blood bats into the pouch. Lin Feng then walked outside, with Luo Yan and the pig-headed Blood Bat King following closely behind. Lin Feng asked, Has your clan been living on the ancient ship all this time? The pig-headed blood-bat king shook its head and said, No, we were sealed by an expert during the Middle Ages. It's been almost 30,000 years. Lin Feng was shocked. The pig-headed blood-bat king was a demigod who could be so powerful as to seal it. Who sealed you all? Lin Feng asked. The pig-headed blood-bat king's expression became serious. His name is Zhao Chaozong. He's one of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. So it's him. Lin Feng nodded. During the Middle Ages, the heavenly demons had invaded. The Tianwu continent had fallen into a period of darkness and chaos. Countless powers had been destroyed, and the number of casualties was uncountable. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had appeared at that time. The chaos had been quelled. To the Tianwu continent, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages were heroes. However, heroes were the easiest to forget. Lin Feng still remembered that the statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had been pushed to the ground outside the battlefield of geniuses. Their heads had been chopped off. Then, the 8 statues were thrown into a pile of rocks, overgrown with weeds. Who would remember? The 8 heroes of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages? All of this had long been forgotten by the people. Therefore, there were many times when Lin Feng was extremely dissatisfied with the top groups of the continent of the celestial martial continent. The statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had been destroyed, and their heads had been cut off. Perhaps they wanted Blood-Bat King. Blood-Bat King. The main reason was because they were worried that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would be too powerful and threaten their interests. Blood, and blood, Ed the Blood-Bat. However, when defeating the heavenly demons involved their own interests, they could also force the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages away. The departure of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages was closely related to those top forces. If the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages hadn't left back then, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would have easily suppressed the heavenly devil. But reality was cruel. Now that the sky devils were wreaking havoc, the sky martial continent had entered a new period of chaos. Now, those top forces who had participated in the incident of chasing away the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages must be regretting it now, right? Lin Feng didn't care if those peak powers were destroyed or not. The ones who were truly pitiful were the ordinary people of the martial heaven continent. How many innocent people had died tragically under the demon slave army? How many countries had been destroyed? How many places had become purgatory on earth? This was the evil consequence of human greed. In the end, it had implicated countless people. What did those ordinary people do wrong? But because of the mistakes of those top forces, they died tragically. It really made people sigh, and at the same time, feel very angry. If there was a chance, Lin Feng really wanted to unify the Sky Martial Continent. At that time, the Sky Martial Continent would be a fair and clean world. It wouldn't be like now, where so many forces schemed against each other for their own benefits. In the end, the unlucky ones were countless ordinary cultivators and ordinary people. Lin Feng and the other 2 went to the cabin. He planned to continue exploring the ancient ship. The pig-head blood-bat king said, "Brother Lin, I'm afraid there are many dangers in the depths of this ancient ship." "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. "In the past, when I came here, I vaguely saw a coffin appear in the depths of the ancient ship. In that coffin, there seemed to be a corpse lying inside." The pig-head blood-bat king recalled the situation back then and said with a lingering fear, "At that time, I wanted to go closer to observe, but when I went closer to the cabin where the coffin was placed, I felt the aura of death. It was so dense and enveloped me. I retreated in time, not daring to go any closer." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Such an ancient ship, and there's actually a coffin that buried a cultivator. How strange. Since we're here, how could we leave just like that? Let's go take a look. Luo Yen nodded. She was also very interested. She said, could it be a cultivator from before the ancient times? If that's the case, how valuable would the corpse be? The pig-head bloodbat king naturally wouldn't go against Lin Feng's wishes. Thus, the three of them carefully walked towards the depths of the ship. After we leave the cabin in front, there's a separate cabin at the back of the ship. That's where the coffin was placed. The pig-head bloodbat king pointed towards the depths of the ship. They weren't far from the end of the ship. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped and looked towards the exit of the cabin in shock. There was a pile of bones on the ground. In the past, have you seen this pile of bones before coming here? Lin Feng asked. The pig-head bloodbat king shook its head and said, in the past, I didn't see any bones here. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, it seems like someone else came here and died here. At that moment, the bones on the ground suddenly regrouped and turned into a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! The skeletal creature turned its head, ghostly flames dancing in its eyes. When they saw this, Lin Feng, Luo Yen, and the pig-head bloodbat king's expressions changed drastically. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the skeletal creature's body. Thump! 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 Lin Feng and the other two were forced back by the terrifying aura emanating from the skeletal creature's body. What frightening strength! The three of them were horrified. The skeletal creature's strength was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble. No one has been here for more than 20,000 years. The skeletal creature said. It walked step by step towards Lin Feng and the other two. Killing intent emanated from its body, causing Lin Feng and the other two to feel as if they had fallen into a boundless purgatory. Chapter 1337. The skeletal creature was abnormally terrifying. Its terrifying aura filled the air, and Lin Feng and the others could smell the scent of death. Immortal realm? Lin Feng was horrified. If the skeletal creature was at that level, there was no way they could fight back. The Bloodbat King said, he's not at the immortal realm. He's at the peak of the demigod realm. The Bloodbat King had seen through the skeletal creature's strength. Since the creature was not at the immortal realm, it was not impossible for them to fight back. After all, Lin Feng and the others had a demigod Bloodbat King on their side. Lin Feng also had many divine powers and treasures. Luo Yan's methods were also strange and unpredictable. A bloodbat that just entered the demigod realm, a human that's as weak as an ant, and a ghost that's as weak as an ant. Wouldn't killing you be as easy as flipping my hand? The skeletal creature sneered and stepped forward. Its eyes flashed with murderous intent. It waved its right hand and attacked the three of them. Attack! Lin Feng shouted coldly. He had nothing to hold back. He immediately used the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign and the 10,000 demon reincarnation fist. These were the supreme techniques passed down by the heavenly demons. They were extremely powerful. Now that Lin Feng had used them, they shook the void. It was as if they could shatter 100,000 worlds. Blood Demon Darkeen Palm. The Bloodbat King attacked. It also used a powerful divine power. A blood-red light surrounded its palm, and waves of Earth Demon Dark in energy surrounded its palm. The terrifying attack was directed at the skeletal creature. It was powerful. It was as if it could destroy the world. 100,000 divine senses, 100,000 swords. Luo Yan also used his trump card. His divine senses turned into swords and slashed at the skeletal creature. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You've overestimated yourself. The skeletal creature looked at Lin Feng, Luo Yan, and the Blood Bat King with disdain. His attack swept over. Bang! In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. Immediately after, Lin Feng and the two others were blown away like kites with their strings cut. They all fell to the ground and looked at the white skeleton creature that was walking towards them step by step. This guy's strength was simply too tyrannical. The skeleton looked at the three of them disdainfully and said, "You're really too weak. The only thing that interests me is your bloodline power." Boom! The skeletal creature attacked again. This time, its attack was much stronger than the previous one. Clearly, the skeletal being did not want to drag this out any longer. It wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng and the others. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Draconic Elephant Saint Energy. Lin Feng shouted coldly as he used his ultimate skill. With the addition of the Draconic Elephant Saint Energy, his combat strength rose steadily. Myriad demons devouring God. At the same time, the Bat King also began to use its ultimate skill, and a dense swarm of demonic shadows appeared. He took a closer look. The demonic shadows were all transformed from bloodbats with pig faces. Myriad demons devouring gods. The gods had fallen. The power of this move was extremely tyrannical. Luo Yan, on the other hand, used the Netherworld soul-shattering slash. His attack was specifically targeted at the soul. It directly slashed towards the two clusters of ghostly fire in the skeletal being's eye sockets. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. The skeletal being let out a burst of strange laughter, and then said, "Finally, it's a little interesting, but if it's only this bit of ability, it's far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletal being's right hand pressed down. In his hand, a seal appeared. The seal descended from the sky and suppressed down. The tyrannical sacred art that Lin Feng and the other two had condensed was also difficult to resist. Then, the three of them were blasted away by the seal. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed for a while, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken, although this skeletal being had not broken through to the divine realm. However, the cultivation of the peak of the demigod realm was close to making one despair. It was simply impossible to resist. "You guys stop him. I'll take out the divine artifact and kill it." Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Luo Yan and the Bat King nodded their heads with serious expressions. Luo Yan used a soul attack. The Bat King, on the other hand, used a powerful sacred art. One on the left and one on the right, they charged towards the skeletal being. At this time, Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword. At the same time, he took out the deity liquid. He planned to use the deity liquid to activate the power of the black dragon sword. "Go to hell!" The skeletal being shouted coldly, and his attacks became even more tyrannical. After breaking through the Bat King's sacred art, the skeletal being punched the Bat King's chest, causing it to cave in. The Bat King's sternum was shattered, and it couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. Luo Yan's situation wasn't any better than the Bat King's. He was a soul body, and now his soul body had directly exploded. The skeletal being opened its mouth and sucked, wanting to forcefully devour Luo Yan. Wang. At this moment of crisis, a violent fluctuation came from behind. Lin Feng had already used the deity liquid to activate the power of the black dragon sword. Roar. A dragon's roar could be heard. The shadow of the black dragon appeared and roared. "Go to hell." Lin Feng roared and slashed at the skeletal being with the black dragon sword in his hand. The power of an activated sacred artifact was extremely terrifying. Some of the top sacred artifacts could even slay gods when activated. Feeling the fluctuation emitted by the black dragon sword, the skeletal being's expression changed. The two wisps of willow, the wisps in its eye sockets, flickered violently. Whoosh! The skeletal being quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. Lin Feng charged with the black dragon sword. He raised the treasured sword in his hand. He slashed it down forcefully. Skeletal world! The skeletal being let out a loud roar as it conjured a world. In this world, white bones were eerie. Endless white bones drowned the heavens and the earth. But Lin Feng's attack instantly tore the skeletal world apart. Then, the black dragon sword's power didn't decrease much, and it attacked the skeletal being again. The skeletal being had no choice but to raise its hand to block. Poof! The black dragon sword cut off the skeletal being's arm, and then slammed into the skeletal being's body. The skeletal being's body suffered such a powerful attack, and its body was directly shattered into a pile of white bones. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the skeletal being's head, wanting to destroy it. As long as the skeletal being's head was destroyed, it would die without a doubt. However, it was not an easy task to kill this skeletal creature. Facing Lin Feng's powerful attack, the skeletal being spat out a cloud of black gas that swept Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Boy, just you wait. Today, you've hurt me, the White Skeleton Evil Lord. The White Skeleton Evil Lord, will not let you go. When I recover, I'll tear you to pieces. The skeletal being let out a hateful roar, and a cloud of black gas wrapped around its head and bones. The cloud of black gas quickly rushed outside, and soon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1338. Lin Feng was annoyed that the evil monarch had managed to escape, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. The evil monarch's core had been injured by the black dragon sword. It would take some time to recover. Lin Feng's cultivation level would increase greatly. The next time he saw the evil monarch, he wouldn't even need to use the deity liquid. Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the evil monarch. "Take this pill," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a healing pill and gave it to the Bat King. "Thank you, fellow cultivator Lin." The Bat King expressed his gratitude and swallowed the elixir. Luo Yin took out a qi shun fruit. Ordinary pills wouldn't have any effect on him, but the qi shun fruit could heal him. "You two stay here and recover. I'll go in and take a look," said Lin Feng. "Be careful," said Luo Yin and the Bat King. Lin Feng nodded. Then he carefully walked into the depths of the ship. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the end of the boat. He opened the door of the cabin and walked out onto the deck. Lin Feng saw a wooden cabin on the deck. It was probably the cabin where the Blood Bat King had told him about the coffin and the corpse. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the wooden house. As he got closer to the wooden house, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. That chill was inexplicable. He was puzzled, but at the same time, his expression became serious. Just as the Bat King had said, this coffin-proof wooden house was very strange. Of course, maybe it wasn't the wooden house that was strange, but the corpse in the coffin was strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked step by step towards the wooden house. Talismans. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw that there were many talismans on the wooden hut. The entire hut was sealed. However, the door to the wooden house had already disappeared, and these runes could not be of any use. It was obvious that the door had disappeared a long time ago. Otherwise, the Bat King would not have been able to see the coffin and the mysterious corpse lying in the coffin. When he was 20 meters away from the wooden house, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was in the netherworld. If he took another step forward, he would be in a bottomless abyss. How terrifying! How strange! Is it trying to scare me away? Lin Feng was stupefied. He had the impression that the Bat King had gone through the same thing as Lin Feng back in the days. However, the Bat King had chosen to retreat. What secret is hidden here? If it's just a corpse, why is there such a terrifying qi here? Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. The ancient ship must have had a great origin. Lin Feng even felt that it was comparable to the gods' battleship, the Ship of Death, and other ancient ships. The ancient ship had carried the corpse. It had been destroyed. Could the destruction of the ancient ship have something to do with the corpse? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible the destruction of the ancient ship had something to do with the mysterious corpse. He didn't want to retreat just like that. He still wanted to explore the secrets of the ancient ship. Lin Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and continued forward. All of a sudden, Lin Feng saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him. Countless evil spirits let out mournful howls. The evil spirits rushed out from the sea of corpses and extended their claws at Lin Feng, trying to drag him into the sea of corpses. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Even with his mental fortitude, he felt his scalp go numb when he saw such a terrifying scene. Lin Feng wanted to retreat, but he suddenly became vigilant. Even though the scene in front of him was extremely lifelike, it was still an illusion. Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon's snake eye. In an instant, all the illusions disappeared. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. This place can actually create illusions. How strange. Lin Feng muttered. His expression became more solemn. He hadn't closed the heavenly demon snake eye because he wanted to avoid any unexpected situations. Lin Feng continued walking towards the depths of the palace. Finally, he arrived at the wooden house. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng entered the wooden house. It was pitch black inside the wooden house. There was a coffin in the middle of the wooden house. Lin Feng looked inside the coffin and saw a corpse lying inside. It was a dried corpse. The skin on the corpse was wrinkled like dried tree bark. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted from the corpse. The ancient ship was carrying corpses like this. Where did it come from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of when he touched the keel of the ancient ship. This ancient ship was fighting in the starry sky. There were earth-shattering shouts of killing. The battle in the void was definitely an earth-shattering battle. Could it be that this corpse was the original owner of the ancient ship? He died in the battle in the void. So he was buried here by the other cultivators on the ancient ship. However, where were the other crew members on the ancient ship? If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. There wasn't even a pile of bones. This was the strangest part. This meant that when the ancient ship was destroyed, the ancient ship was carrying the dried corpse in the coffin in front of him. Apart from that, there was no one else. Lin Feng wanted to find out the secrets of the ancient ship because he wanted to control it. The keel of the ancient ship wasn't damaged and could be repaired. However, if he knew nothing about the ancient ship, Lin Feng wouldn't dare to repair it. There were many secrets in the world, and some secrets. They couldn't be touched. Otherwise, only death would await. Just like the ancient ship, it was full of secrets. Lin Feng walked alone in front of the coffin. He didn't touch the corpse because it had been lying here for such a long time, so it must be extraordinary. Lin Feng was worried that he would be attacked if he touched the corpse rashly. He looked around the wooden house, hoping to find something else. However, the wooden house was empty. Apart from the coffin, there was nothing else. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the coffin again. However, his face immediately turned pale with fright. That was because the dried corpse in the coffin had disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! What exactly happened? Why did the corpse disappear? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Everything in front of him was too strange. Not long ago, the dried corpse was still lying in the coffin, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Anyone who saw such a thing would feel their heart palpitate and their mind crumble. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura coming from behind him. His body trembled slightly, because at this moment, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He turned around, and his face turned as pale as a sheet. The dried corpse stood at the door, with its hands behind its back, looking at him. Chapter 1339. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he realized that the terrifying and mysterious mummy didn't seem to be able to do anything. He couldn't say anything. Lin Feng couldn't understand. The mummy clearly didn't have any aura of life. So why had it suddenly awakened? It was incredible, but such an incredible thing was happening in front of Lin Feng's eyes. He had no choice but to believe everything he was seeing was real. Lin Feng's heart was filled with fear, and he was afraid that something bad would happen to him. He even noticed that the demon lord had gone into hiding, not daring to show itself in front of the mummy. Just as Lin Feng was feeling extremely nervous, the mummy suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the coffin and saw that the mummy was still lying there, as if it hadn't moved at all. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be an illusion? This place was too strange. And Lin Feng didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly left the wooden hut and returned to the ship's cabin. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. This place is too strange. Leave quickly. The Demon Lord only said a few words before going into hiding again. When they saw Lin Feng return, Luo Yan and the Bat King heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yan asked, "How was it? Did you see that corpse?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's too strange inside. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Lin Feng walked outside, while Luo Yan and the Bat King followed behind him. They left the ancient ship. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly, an intense energy fluctuation came from the bottom of the lake. It was as if an ancient emperor had awoken from his slumber. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the terrifying aura. Is this the aura of an imperial weapon? Did someone enter the bottom of Magnetic Fog Lake? Luo Yan said, "It's coming from the corpse burial valley. Could it be that those people have returned?" Lin Feng said, "They suffered heavy losses before, so they wouldn't dare to go to the corpse burial valley and cause such a huge commotion. Perhaps the devil fetus is here personally. The corpse burial valley hides a huge secret, and the Azura evil dominator, Zhao Tianer, and the others will definitely report it to their superiors when they return. The devil fetus might be interested and come here personally." Luo Yan asked, "What should we do? Do you want to take a look?" Lin Feng nodded. "How can we miss such a good show?" Lin Feng and the Bat King boarded the ghost ship. Afterwards, Luo Yan steered the ghost ship towards Corpse Burial Valley. Before long, they arrived at the mountain range. They did not venture deep. Instead, they hid outside and watched. Demonic chi churned in the Corpse Burial Valley. Inside the demonic chi, there were countless cultivators who had defected to the devil fetus. When the devil fetus went out, he was surrounded by a large entourage. The devil fetus floated in the demonic chi. He was currently using the 9 demons painting to attack the Corpse Burial Valley. It really is the devil fetus. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Just as he had guessed, the devil fetus had come personally. A corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley woke up. It stepped forward and swung its right fist at the 9 demons painting. The corpse was exceptionally strong. Lin Feng had seen it fight before. Now, the corpse's fist landed on the 9 demons painting and sent it flying. Lin Feng was shocked. The 9 demons painting was a supreme treasure of the celestial demon clan. The The devil fetus using the 9 demons painting was different from the Azura evil dominator and the others. The Azura evil dominator and the others could not release the 9 demons painting's power. On the other hand, the devil fetus could release part of the 9 demons painting's power. The 9 demons painting was an imperial weapon. Even a part of its power was unimaginably strong. Even so, it was still sent flying by the mysterious corpse in the corpse burial valley. From this, it could be seen how strong the mysterious corpse was. The devil fetus laughed eerily. How powerful! If I can devour these corpses, how strong will my cultivation level be? The devil fetus became excited. The celestial demon body could increase its strength by devouring powerful beings. The devil fetus could do the same. Therefore, when it saw how powerful the corpse in the corpse burial valley was, the devil fetus was not afraid. Instead, it became even more excited. Buzz, the 9 demons portrait, unleashed its power and summoned several ancient worlds to suppress the mysterious corpse. Bang! The mysterious corpse swung its fist at the suppressed worlds. Next, the worlds created by the 9 demons painting were all destroyed by the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse displayed unimaginable combat prowess. Kill! The devil fetus said coldly. The magic lotus soared into the sky and cooperated with the 9 demons painting to suppress the mysterious corpse. The magic lotus was pregnant with the devil fetus, but the devil fetus had yet to be born. However, this did not stop the devil fetus from using the magic lotus to fight. The combined attack of the magic lotus and the 9 demons painting was simply too terrifying. Waves of destructive power bombarded the mysterious corpse. Even Lin Feng felt that the mysterious corpse would not be able to withstand the attacks. But, to Lin Feng's shock, the mysterious corpse was completely fine after taking such a powerful attack. Just how strong is this body? Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. The mysterious corpse in the corpse burial valley was simply too strong. It was so strong that even ghosts and gods would tremble. Both Luo Yen and the Bat King were dumbfounded. Clearly, they were also deeply shocked by the power of the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse soared into the sky. It was still the simplest move. He swung his fist at the 9 demons painting. Although the move was simple, it gave people the feeling that the great Tao had returned to its original state. The mysterious corpse displayed its might and swept the 9 demons painting away. Then, he instantly appeared in front of the magic lotus. He punched at the magic lotus. Apocalyptic light of calamity. The devil fetus let out a low roar. Then, terrifying beams of light shot out from the magic lotus. The beams of light seemed to be able to destroy the world. Each beam of light could easily shatter the void. When so many beams of light were released together, it was hard to imagine how terrifying their power was. Soon, the beams of light bombarded the mysterious corpse. However, the powerful apocalyptic light of calamity could not harm the mysterious corpse. At this moment, the mysterious corpse's fist landed on the magic lotus. A dent appeared on the magic lotus, and the luster of the magic lotus became extremely dim. The devil fetus let out a painful and shrill cry. Obviously, the mysterious corpse's attack had caused great damage to the devil fetus. Chapter 1340. He's so powerful. It's best if we can kill him. Lin Feng was silently cheering for the mysterious corpse. It would be great if the devil fetus could be killed. Then, the forces that had sided with the devil fetus would be leaderless and would die without a burial place. The mysterious corpse continued to step forward and threw another punch at the magic lotus. However, it would not be easy to kill the devil fetus hiding in the magic lotus. When the mysterious corpse's punch was about to hit the magic lotus, a starry sky world appeared between the magic lotus and the mysterious corpse. The mysterious corpse's punch shattered the starry sky world. The magic lotus quickly retreated, wrapped everyone up, and escaped in an instant. The mysterious corpse hovered in midair and did not chase after them. After the magic lotus escaped, he returned to Corpse Burial Valley and turned into a corpse lying in the valley. Lin Feng had expected the devil fetus to be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he saw the devil fetus leave. There are dozens of corpses. Could it be that those corpses are all so powerful? Lin Feng murmured to himself. If that was the case, Corpse Burial Valley was too terrifying. What kind of terrifying existences were buried there? The ghost ship drifted into the distance and left the mountain range where Corpse Burial Valley was located. Finally, it arrived at the lake. Lin Feng planned to leave. He wanted to return to the divine land of the East County. Although the demon slave army, controlled by the devil fetus, had not launched an attack on the other counties, it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng bade farewell to Luo Yen. Then he returned to Lin City in the divine land of the East County with the pig-faced blood centipede bat king. Now, the people in the divine land of the East County were in a panic. After Lin Feng returned, the major families and forces in the divine land of the East County quickly sent people to visit Lin Feng. Obviously, everyone now regarded Lin Feng as their backbone. Try to move the clansmen to the overseas world as much as possible, Lin Feng told the cultivators of the major forces. A war was inevitable, so they had to be prepared in advance. It would be good if they could resist the attack of the demon slave army. What if he couldn't block it? He had to leave in advance. If he waited until he couldn't hold on any longer, it would be too late. Currently, Shangguan Fei, and the others had also moved from the imperial capital of the Zhenwu Kingdom to Forest City. Here, Lin Feng saw many familiar faces, including his masters and elders from the Azure Dragon Institute, as well as his friends. Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the rest also came to Lin City. Lin Feng ordered his men to escort Shangguan Fei, Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the others to the Eastern Sea Kingdom of Desire. This nation of desire was the maritime empire that Madame Qi had built. Madame Qi had joined forces with the 9 pirate lords. In addition, with the recent appearance of the heavenly demon, many top factions did not have the time to pay attention to Madame Qi, so Madame Qi crazily expanded her forces. Now, the country of desire had become a giant force in the East China Sea and South China Sea. More and more rogue cultivators headed to the country of desire to seek refuge with Madame Qi. Lin Feng told Shangguan Fei, and the others to head to the Kingdom of Desire, as that would be safer for the time being. After all, no matter how powerful the Sky Fiends were, there were only a dozen of them. The quantity was too small. The Sky Fiends mainly relied on the demon slave army to invade the Sky Martial Continent. The real invasion of the Sky Martial Continent's 3,000 prefectures had just begun, so the Sky Fiends naturally did not have the time to care about what happened at sea. Therefore, during this period of time, many forces in the Sky Martial Continent's 3,000 prefectures were transferring their assets to the overseas world. They even moved some of the old, weak women and children to the overseas world to seek refuge. Although Shangguan Fei and the others did not want to leave, they knew that they would not be of much help if they stayed. Instead, it was very likely that they would be a burden to Lin Feng, so they left by boat. Master, some of the people from the destroyed forces in the desolate region have escaped. They have now come to our Lin City to seek refuge with Sir. Dugu Wuqian said, and call the upper echelons of those forces over. I want to meet them. Lin Feng said, yes. Dugu Wuqian received the order and sent people to inform the cultivators who had escaped from the desolate region. Most of the cultivators in the desolate region had their families destroyed. Now, many of them had endless hatred in their hearts. If they could use it well, the cultivators of the desolate region would definitely be of great help. Soon, the upper echelons of more than a dozen forces in the desolate region arrived. There were no particularly strong forces in the desolate region. The strongest forces were the 4 great ancient forces and the 10 great ancient families. In the past, Lin Feng had some disagreements with Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws sect, and Deity Sword Villa. But that was all in the past. Now, the Sky Martial continent was facing the invasion of the Sky Fiends. Life and death. Personal grudges were not worth mentioning at all. Lin Gongzi, the upper echelons of more than a dozen forces in the desolate region, bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces, such as Grandmaster Zhong Yun of Nebula Pavilion and Elder Zhong Limei of the Blue Cloud Sect's Spirit Array Peak. Lin Feng said, "Now I can understand everyone's feelings. The heavenly demons wreaked havoc, and hundreds of millions of cultivators and ordinary people in the desolate region died tragically. This includes your family, friends, teachers, and juniors. This grudge cannot be washed away by the water of the 4 seas. I will ask Dugu Wuqian to arrange for your people to join Lin City. There will be new personnel soon. Since you have chosen to join me, there is one thing you must always remember: never betray me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone answered, "Yes." Lin Feng asked Dugu Wuqian to arrange the personnel of these forces. He asked the elders of the Blue Cloud Sect and Grandmaster Zhong Yun of Nebula Pavilion to stay behind. How many people from the Blue Cloud Sect escaped? Lin Feng asked. Elder Zhong Limei's eyes immediately reddened. He said in a low voice, "Only about 2,000 people escaped." In the past few years, the Blue Cloud Sect had been constantly expanding. The outer sect disciples had reached about 600,000, including the inner sect disciples, core disciples, deacons, elders, servants, grand elders, and so on. Everyone added together was close to 1 million people, but only about 2,000 people escaped. This was close to the destruction of the sect. When he thought of the tragic deaths of Grand Elder Zhang Quan, Grand Elder Guoyen, Grand Elder Qiao Yunxiu, and the others, Lin Feng felt a wave of heartache. When he had first joined the Blue Cloud Sect, the elders had taken great care of him. In the end, they had died tragically in the Blue Cloud Sect's destruction. Lin Feng hated Huangfu Qingtian to the core. If Huangfu Qingtian hadn't plotted against the 5 ancestors, Lin Feng would have been able to rush over in time and suppress the devil fetus. However, it was already too late. Elders, go and rest for now. I'll find some time to visit the Blue Cloud Sect's cultivators. Lin Feng said. Yes. Zhong Limei and the other elders stood up, bowed to Lin Feng, and left. After Zhong Limei and the others left, Lin Feng looked at Zhong Yun and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, I wonder if Yufan and Han Shuo escaped." Zhong Yun said in a sorrowful voice, "Han Shuo died in that battle, and Yufan disappeared without a trace. I don't know if they met with disaster, but I wasn't able to take care of them. I failed to live up to Lin Gongzi's instructions. I'm guilty." Lin Feng said, "You can't be blamed for this. They were surrounded by an army, and their lives were in the hands of the heavens. Fellow Taoist Zhong, you may leave as well." Zhong Yun bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Yufan and Han Shuo. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have happened yesterday, but now they were separated by life and death. Life was so fragile. Chapter 1341. Lin Feng would definitely integrate the cultivators under his banner into an army. Over the years, Dugu Wuqian had been helping Lin Feng recruit troops, so he had gathered a large number of experts. In addition, After Lin Feng's identity as one of the 4 heirs of the Spirit Array Master Temple was confirmed, more experts came to join him. There were about 12,000 Yin-Yang realm cultivators, 3,000 creation realm cultivators, 200 life and death realm cultivators, and 13 rebirth realm cultivators. In addition, Lin Feng's pig-faced blood centipede bat king was a demigod realm expert, so the army formed by these cultivators was still very powerful. Such an army could compete with the ancient factions. Some of the people who joined Lin Feng were cultivators from the 72 states in the north, but most of them were itinerant cultivators from overseas. There were many experts in the overseas world. In addition, more than 70% of the Tianmu continent was the sea. Therefore, there were many experts who lived in seclusion overseas. However, many experts did not move around in the world. The strong cultivators who had submitted to Lin Feng weren't worth mentioning compared to the strong cultivators of the overseas world. After all, Lin Feng was only a little famous now, so the number of experts he could attract was limited. If Lin Feng broke through to the deity realm, it was estimated that countless top experts overseas, such as those in the rebirth realm, would flock to join him. Lin Feng had always been a generous person, and he also knew how to win people's hearts. Divine powers and cultivation resources were the most important things for cultivators. Lin Feng took out all kinds of precious divine powers, heavenly treasures, and cultivation resources as rewards. Those who made contributions would be rewarded, and those who made mistakes would be punished. This was Lin Feng's style of handling things. Lin Feng also took out the divine power, the minor tribulation transcending technique, as a reward. However, it was not easy to obtain the minor tribulation transcending technique. One had to make contributions and be rewarded according to their contributions. Only when one accumulated enough contributions could they exchange for the minor tribulation transcending technique. Many people were now rubbing their hands, wanting to make a great contribution and looking forward to obtaining the minor tribulation transcending technique. They had heard that Lin Feng completely ignored the heavenly tribulation. As for the minor tribulation transcending technique, Lin Feng also explained to everyone that it could help cultivators resist the heavenly tribulation. What cultivators feared the most was heavenly tribulation. Many people were afraid of tribulation transcendence because it was too dangerous. Just a little carelessness. His body died, and his Tao vanished. However, after cultivating the minor tribulation transcending technique, things were different. He could boldly break through without any worries. So, what if the heavenly tribulation descended? Mastering the minor tribulation transcending technique, one would not need to fear the heavenly tribulation. After some consideration, Lin Feng named the cultivator army the Raging Flame Corps. The Raging Flame Corps was divided into 10 companies. These company captains were all selected by Lin Feng from the elders of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Apart from that, there was also a legion commander. The position was held by the Bat King, who had the highest cultivation base. Everyone already knew that the Bat King was a demigod expert that Lin Feng had subdued. Therefore, no one was dissatisfied with the Bat King being appointed as the legion commander. There were 4 vice legion commanders. They were Tan Chuduan, Wang Yangyi, Zhang Xiaolong, and Li Zongjian. Tan Chuduan and Wang Yangyi would soon step down as vice temple masters of the Spirit Array Caster Temple. Therefore, they were very willing to serve as the vice legion commanders of Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps. Zhang Xiaolong and Li Zongjian were the top experts among the overseas wandering cultivators who had joined him. Both of them were at the 10th heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. Their cultivation bases were unfathomable. Apart from that, the other experts also had different missions. Dugu Wuqian was the person in charge of the logistics department. At the same time, he was still responsible for the important task of recruiting troops for Lin Feng. Over the years, Dugu Wuqian had been recruiting experts from overseas. The results were quite good. After the Raging Flame Corps was established, Lin Feng began to distribute Dao artifacts to everyone. Dao artifacts were precious. Many cultivators didn't have Dao artifacts. This was because the materials to forge Dao artifacts were difficult to find. Even among the experts of the Raging Flame Corps, only about 10% of them had Dao artifacts. Therefore, when Lin Feng distributed Dao artifacts, the entire Raging Flame Corps fell into a deep shock. Because if he took out dozens or even hundreds of Dao artifacts, although everyone would be surprised, they wouldn't be too shocked. However, Lin Feng took out more than 10,000 Dao artifacts at once. This was too shocking. What shocked everyone even more was that all the cultivators at the Rebirth Realm and above had received semi-divine artifacts. Everyone's heart was like a huge wave. Everyone was thinking about how many treasures Lin Feng had on him. Casually taking out more than 10,000 Dao artifacts and more than 10 semi-divine artifacts was indeed too shocking. Many people couldn't help but become excited, relying on someone like Lin Feng. As long as they could survive the heavenly demon's chaos, everyone would have a meteoric rise in the future. Not long after, bad news came. The heavenly demons, originally entrenched in the central continent, began to move again. However, this time they shifted their target outside the central continent. The central continent was the center of the Tianwu continent. There were many experts and too many ancient forces. Therefore, when they attacked the central continent for the first time, the demon slave army, led by the heavenly demons, suffered heavy losses. Therefore, they simply changed their target, and the demon slave army entrenched in the desolate region began to launch a large-scale invasion. With the desolate region as the center, the demon slave army was divided into 12 groups and began to expand their forces to the surrounding provinces. The Eastern Divine Region was adjacent to the desolate region and bore the brunt of the attack. A total of 3 demon slave armies entered the Eastern Divine Region. For a time, the Eastern Divine Region was filled with blood. Many forces were destroyed. In a short period of time, 3 of the 10 great ancient cities were breached by the demon slave army. Then, the demon slave army began to massacre the cities. For a time, the Eastern Divine Region was filled with cold winds and ghosts. Lin Feng led the Raging Flame Corps to ambush a demon slave army. This demon slave army was led by Azura evil dominator Wu Man and Zhao Tian'er. They held the emperor weapon, 9 demon painting, and were invincible. After destroying Song Yun City, one of the 10 great ancient cities, these people went straight to Lin City. Lin Feng and the others hid in a huge canyon on the way to Lin's city. A loud rumbling sound came from afar. A huge warship that was close to 1,000 meters long came through the sky. The warship hung the heavenly demon flag. It was the demon slave army, led by Azura evil dominator Wu Man and Zhao Tian'er. It was also the most powerful demon slave army that entered the Eastern Divine Region. This demon slave army had a total of 50,000 soldiers, and there were many experts. If they could wipe out this demon slave army, it would definitely boost the morale of the Raging Flame Corps. The demon slave army is here. Pass down the order. When the formation is activated and the ancient warship is trapped, the army will immediately launch a general attack. Lin Feng said to Wang Yangyi, who was beside him, "Yes, young master." Soon, Wang Yangyi passed down Lin Feng's order. Rumble! In the distance, the ancient warship crushed the sky and finally came to the top of the canyon. Buzz! Next, Lin Feng activated the formation. In the void, dense formation runes intertwined and instantly enveloped the huge, ancient warship that was close to 1,000 meters long. This battle was bound to be a bloody one. Lin Feng did not plan to let any of them go. Oh no, enemy attack, enemy attack. The patrolling cultivators on the ancient warship sounded the alarm. Kill. At the same time, earth-shattering shouts resounded through the sky. Densely packed cultivators rushed toward the ancient warship from the canyon. Chapter 1342. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous powerful magical treasures were brought out, all of which were at least at the Tao artifact level. Moreover, the Rebirth Realm cultivators at the front were using demigod treasures. This force was simply too powerful. When the demon slave army saw the densely packed cultivators surrounding them, their faces turned ugly. Don't panic. Activate the seals on the ship. Use the seals to kill these reckless fools, Azura Evil Dominator shouted. The ship was the most precious treasure of the Azura clan. It wasn't just a transportation tool. It was a real weapon of war. It was covered with dense seals, many of which were extremely powerful. In the primordial age, this ancient warship was a famous existence. Therefore, even though he saw that they had fallen into an ambush, Azura Demonic Dominator wasn't worried at all. He was very confident in the ship. However, soon the cultivator in charge of activating the restrictions shouted in fear, "My lord, the restrictions aren't working. We can't activate it." What? The restrictions aren't working? How is that possible? Azura Demonic Dominator's expression changed. "Your Excellency, the ship is entangled by runes. Those runes must have affected the ship, causing the seals on the ship to malfunction." At that moment, a cultivator reported. Barbarian Wu said, "It must be Lin Feng's doing. He's the successor of the Celestial Master sect. He's an expert in controlling all kinds of great formations. It's entirely possible that the runes he set up can affect the restrictions on the ship." Azura Demonic Dominator nodded and shouted, "Activate the Spirit Stone cannons. Attack the invaders with all your might." Yes, the cultivators who received the order began to use the Spirit Stone cannons to attack the raging flame core. Cannons appeared in the middle of the two sides of the ancient warship. Then, 2 rows of Spirit Stone cannons were pushed out. "Haha, good timing. I've been waiting for this." Lin Feng, who was standing at the back of the army, saw the Spirit Stone cannons being pushed out. He laughed and used the Great Ice Art, one of the 3,000 Great Das. 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. The surrounding heaven and earth were sealed in ice, including the ancient warship. The Spirit Stone cannons were frozen into lumps of ice. The ones that were ignited were instantly extinguished. The young master is really a god. Seeing this, the raging flame core's morale was greatly boosted. The faces of the demon slave army on the ship became even more unsightly. They were counting on the Spirit Stone cannons to deal a heavy blow to the raging flame core, but now Lin Feng's cannons were frozen. As a result, the Spirit Stone cannons rumble. At the same time, the raging flame core's violent attacks, the ship's defenses. The ship's defenses began to crack. The demon slave army instantly panicked. "Why are you panicking? We outnumber them by 3 to 1. Do you think we're afraid of them? Let's go and capture Lin Feng," shouted the demonic dominator. "Kill the demonic cultivators, demonic cultivators, demonic cultivators, demonic demon." At this moment, the raging flame core had broken the seal on the ancient ship. Before the cultivators of the Demon Slave Legion could see the situation outside clearly, they were attacked by numerous Tao artifacts and quasi-divine artifacts. The gap between their equipment was simply too great. One Tao artifact after another smashed down, and the cultivators from the Demon Slave army, who were the first to charge out, were killed off like wheat being harvested. Lin Feng summoned the dark green mantis scorpion king. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king summoned a group of dark green mantis scorpions. Under the command of the dark green mantis scorpion king, the dark green mantis scorpions rushed towards the ancient warship. These dark green mantis scorpions were highly venomous. Being bitten or stung wouldn't kill you, but your body would gradually become stiff and weak. Seeing the emerald green mantis scorpions move out, the Bat King quickly summoned the Bat King swarm as well. The pig-faced bloodhound bats were most adept at using sound waves. The dense swarm of pig-faced bloodhound bats circled around the ancient warship, emitting sharp and ear-piercing cries. Then blood-curdling screams were heard. Countless cultivators from the demon slave army had yet to charge out of the cabin when they were attacked by the pig-faced bloodhound bats. One by one, they let out blood-curdling screams. Lin Feng knew how powerful the attacks of the pig-faced bloodhound bats were. Previously, he and Luo Yan were careless and were hit by them. If not for his and Luo Yan's strong soul power, they would have died tragically under the sound wave attack of the pig-faced bloodhound bats. Therefore, it was normal for the cultivators from the demon slave army to be unable to withstand the sound wave attack of the pig-faced bloodhound bats. The cultivators from the demon slave army outside were attacking the dark green mantis scorpions that flew past them. Many of the dark green mantis scorpions were killed, but now that they were attacked by the sound wave attack, their heads were almost split open as they screamed in agony. How could they continue attacking the dark green mantis scorpions? Therefore, the dark green mantis scorpions rushed into the crowd and started attacking the cultivators from the demon slave army. The weaker cultivators from the demon slave army were poisoned to death. Even if they weren't poisoned to death, they were bitten to death by the dark green mantis scorpions. The cultivators from the Raging Flame Corps watched the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. The demon slave army that everyone talked about was being massacred, and they didn't even have to do anything. Young Master even kept these powerful insects in captivity, especially the pig-faced bloodhound bats. They are a race that has existed since the immemorial era. They are exceptionally terrifying. No one can withstand their sound wave attack. What are you waiting for? Kill! The pig-faced bloodhound Bat King shouted. He was now the commander of the Raging Flame Corps. At his command, the cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps immediately rushed towards the ancient warship and started attacking. Under the joint attack of the Raging Flame Corps, the dark green mantis scorpions, and the pig-faced bloodhound bats, the demon slave army showed signs of defeat. Countless cultivators were killed. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I want your life. The Azura evil dominator's roar shook the sky. He took out the 9 demons picture and was about to use it. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. When the Azura evil dominator took out the 9 demons picture, Lin Feng and the pig-faced bloodhound Bat King rushed towards the Azura evil dominator. Lin Feng used the Great Suppression Art and the Great Sealing Art to suppress the 9 demons picture. The pig-faced bloodhound Bat King rushed towards the Azura evil dominator. Before the Azura evil dominator could activate the 9 demons picture, he was interrupted by Lin Feng and the pig-faced bloodhound Bat King. The pig-faced bloodhound Bat King was a demigod realm expert, while the Azura evil dominator was only at the peak of the rebirth realm. There was a huge gap between them. He was no match for the pig-faced bloodhound Bat King. The pig-faced bloodhound Bat King stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at the Azura evil dominator. The Azura evil dominator's expression became extremely ugly. He used the Azura flying slash to block the pig-faced bloodhound Bat King's attack, hoping to neutralize the Bat King's attack. However, the pig-faced bloodhound Bat King was too strong. It broke through the Azura Evil Dominator's divine ability and pierced through the Azura Evil Dominator's chest with its sharp claws. Then, the Azura Evil Dominator's heart was pulled out. Keek. The pig-faced bloodhound bat king laughed sinisterly, then swallowed the Azura Evil Dominator's heart, seeing his still-beating heart being eaten by the Bat King. The Azura Evil Dominator let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His body remained motionless. His eyes were wide open in anger as he breathed his last breath. This great devil that had dominated the Sky Martial continent for tens of thousands of years finally met such a tragic end. Chapter 1343. At this time, Lin Feng had no time to care about anything else because he was suppressing the 9 Demons painting. It was not an easy task to suppress this imperial weapon. The 9 Demons painting had a spirit, and it was a magic treasure that belonged to the devil fetus. The void shook, and waves of destructive power shook out. Crack, crack, the runes formed by the Great Suppression technique, and the 8 divine seals began to crack. Demonic chi constantly surged out from the 9 Demons painting. The demonic chi was corroding the runes of the 2 divine abilities. Not good. The runes of the Great Suppression technique and the 8 divine seals are about to be destroyed. I'm afraid that the 9 Demons painting won't be able to suppress it successfully. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This was an imperial weapon, although it was only 1/9 of the complete 9 Demons painting. Its power was comparable to some low-level imperial weapons. If he could suppress the 9 Demons painting and find an opportunity to refine this supreme treasure, it would definitely be a great help to Lin Feng. Lin Feng currently lacked an imperial weapon. If he had an imperial weapon, then Lin Feng would really be able to compete with a super force like the Divine Temple. Even if he faced the Sky Demons, Lin Feng was confident that he could fight. However, the prerequisite was that he could suppress the 9 Demons painting. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Now, the 9 Demons painting was about to break free from Lin Feng's suppression. Demon Lord, let's make a deal. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He wanted to borrow the power of the Demon Lord to suppress the 9 Demons painting. This was the best opportunity to suppress the 9 Demons painting. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance like this again. Helping you suppress the 9 Demons painting is not a problem, but you have to help me snatch a treasure. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice. What treasure? Lin Feng asked. The magic lotus. The Demon Lord said. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. The magic lotus was incomparably strange. Snatching this treasure was even more difficult than snatching the 9 Devils painting. Now, 2 the magic lotus had appeared in the Tianwu continent, and one was in the hands of Gongziyu. The other was in the hands of the devil fetus. Gongziyu's the magic lotus was out of the question. It was impossible to snatch it. In that case, the only option left was to snatch the devil fetus, the magic lotus. Although the devil fetus was also very powerful, it was weak now and did not join forces with Gongziyu and the others. Therefore, there was still hope to snatch the magic lotus from the devil fetus. Lin Feng said, "Okay, I promise you, but as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. Whether or not it will succeed, I can't guarantee you." The Demon Lord said, "Just do your best." As soon as the Demon Lord finished speaking, Lin Feng felt a tyrannical power pouring into his body. This was the power of the Demon Lord, fusing into Lin Feng's body. The Demon Lord transmitted, "I can't expose myself for the time being. Otherwise, when I snatch the magic lotus, the devil fetus will be on guard against me in advance. At that time, the chances of success will be even lower." Lin Feng nodded. The power of the demon lord continued to fuse into Lin Feng's body. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his palm energy and directly slashed at the Nine Devils painting. This attack landed on the Nine Devils painting. The devil chi emitted by the Nine Devils painting was directly dispersed. Lin Feng continued to use the Great Suppression technique and the 8 Divine Seals runes. "You're courting death." Suddenly, a cold voice came out from the Nine Devils painting. Immediately after, an illusory, the magic lotus flew out. This was the imprint of the magic lotus. It was the imprint left by the devil fetus in the Nine Devils painting. Now that this imprint sensed that Lin Feng was actually trying to suppress the Nine Devils painting, it took the initiative to awaken. The illusory, the magic lotus charged towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was unable to dodge and was directly sent flying by the illusory, the magic lotus. After receiving the attack of the magic lotus, Lin Feng's blood boiled, his face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying power! Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This was just an illusory image of the magic lotus. It actually had such tyrannical power. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the magic lotus would be. "Brat, how dare you peek at my Nine Devils painting? You're courting death. Today, I will destroy your body and soul." The devil fetus cold voice came from the magic lotus. Next, waves of destructive power gushed out from the magic lotus and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. "Just an illusory image, and you dare to say that you will kill me? Where did your courage come from? Today, I will first destroy your illusory image and plunder your Nine Devils painting. In the future, I will definitely behead you and plunder your heavenly demon clan's most precious treasure, the magic lotus." As his voice fell, Lin Feng displayed the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Dragonesque elephant, holy power. Lin Feng immediately sensed that his strength had increased by a large margin. Moreover, the power of the demon lord also continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. This greatly increased Lin Feng's confidence. Facing the attack of the magic lotus, he displayed the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. It directly slashed towards the magic lotus. Bang! Lin Feng and the magic lotus collided. They collided for a total of 36 rounds. The power of the magic lotus began to gradually decline. After all, this was not the magic lotus, only the imprint of the magic lotus. Naturally, it was difficult to display the true power of the magic lotus. Lin Feng stepped forward, his fists shaking the void, and punched the illusory the magic lotus one after another. The devil fetus angry voice came from the magic lotus. "Kid, do you think that just because you have the Nine Devils painting, you can refine it? You're indulging in fantasy. The Nine Devils painting is the most precious treasure of my heavenly demon clan. No matter how hard you try, you will not be able to refine the Nine Devils painting. You don't have to worry about that." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he continuously punched the illusory the magic lotus for 36 times. Bang! In the end, the illusory the magic lotus exploded, and the devil fetus's divine sense imprint was also destroyed. Lin Feng then took out the devouring heaven jar and swallowed the Nine Devils painting. "Ha ha! This treasure is finally suppressed." Lin Feng smiled. He did not participate in the great battle that followed. The Azura evil sovereign was dead, and the Nine Devils painting was suppressed by Lin Feng. The demon slave army was no longer a threat. 2 hours later, the battle was over. Reporting to young master, the demon slave army has been completely annihilated. Our side suffered 3,000 casualties and lost 172 people. After counting the casualties, Vice Commander Li Zongjian came to report. After annihilating 50,000 enemies, they only lost 172 people. This battle could be said to be extremely beautiful. Even the cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. However, Lin Feng knew that the dark green mantis scorpions and the pig-faced bloodbats had contributed greatly in this battle. Without them, this battle would have been extremely tragic. The Raging Flame Corps would have suffered heavy casualties. We don't know how much wealth the demon slave army has plundered before this. Gather all the storage rings of the demon slave army cultivators and take out the treasures. Reward the soldiers with all the treasures. Calculate the identities of the dead brothers, and then search for their clansmen. Every dead brother will receive 10 times the reward and give it all to their clansmen. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I will do it as soon as possible." Li Zongjian replied,